Stream on COVID and questions in regards to the virus, vaccines, and all sorts of other interesting stuff. Hi, Dave. Auricula's Blinky with his normal remarks. No, it's a cross-dressing channel. You're at the wrong channel, Blinky. I thought you were a cross-dressing a frog. Affected by the agricultural runoff. So none of that's going to be in the live stream, as you know. So if you want to actually put your comments, you have to put them back again because they do not show up. That's the first one. When the live stream, because I'm using Restream, because I need StreamYard for tomorrow for the live streams. So whoever's put any questions up will have to, whether they like it or not, repost them because StreamYard, Restream does not support comments outside the live stream. So once the live stream starts, that's when comments can be put in. Once the live stream ends, that's it. It's just the way it's designed in that regard. So it's a bit different to StreamYard, but I've just got enough for about, I think, a week and a half. So next week, tomorrow StreamYard, and a week half, I think I'll be able to get, and then I have to revert across because I've used too many hours on StreamYard. It's just the way it is. And just people need to realise that it's the way it goes. So, Charlie, yep. Good evening to you as well. And Shell, good to see you. We're having one of those special COVID-19 questions and answers. Anything goes. You can discuss anything. I was going to actually do a preliminary thing, and I said to myself, no, I won't. What I'll do is I'll hold off until I'll let people just ask any question, just add any sort of comment out there, just anything wild, anything you've heard wild, and you want a sort of a clarification on or anything related to that. And then it gives me the opportunity to then give you an insight of what I've heard, what I know, and any other things that may crop up. I'll basically take notes of those, and then I'll make a sort of a full-on science, get all the facts together and all that for any questions that people want evidence. So I'll actually give my opinion based on the evidence that I've seen, but obviously you're trying to sift through a whole lot of stuff and actually put it up on screen. That's not going to be practical. This is a live stream for a Q&A. It's not basically providing that. There'll be a follow-on video that I will do after this live stream. So whatever fallout comes out of this, then I will basically then go, okay, these are the concerns that my subs have. These are the things they've heard or listened to, and they are either confused on these things, or they don't fully understand these things, or they want clarification on these points, or whatever. And that's what I'll endeavour to do in the follow-up video, which will just be, I'm probably going to do it as a premiere, so I'll do it. I'll collate it together sometime next week, and then I'll do a premiere at a similar time slot. So through the week, so since I'm not working next week, I'm on leave, I'll have a bit of time to be able to do that. I'm clearing out that room so I can turn it into a proper office, but but in between, I can put it all together, present it as a premiere type thing where I can have a chat and people can just ask things as that flows through. Anyway, let's get going. So, g'day, Lucky. Tracy. Stefan, good to see you here, mate. We're not talking about anything relating to this is a COVID one. So, won't be covering anything which is outside that bound. As I said, I'm not going to cover anything other than what this live stream is intended. It's a COVID Q&A. You can ask anything, but as long as it's within that, that's what I'll be answering. The live streams, as I've pointed out, I will only be answering non-COVID questions in the live stream, so they'll have to wait for tomorrow. So the focus is, this is not to basically say, I don't know how long this live stream is going to go for. Could go for an hour, could go for 2, depending on the questions that people ask and what they want to know. So that will be the focus of this one primarily, Stefan. So that's pretty much it. And fortunately, don't be talking about anything which has to do with muscle energetics or anything like that or whatever. I sort of agree more with Bart, that actually says train to whatever that's what you're going to be the best in training to the performance you want to achieve. So if you're a marathon runner or a weightlifter or whatever, you train to the competition level. That's what the body's going to adapt to. The muscle fibers, everything is going to adapt to the body. It's no different than work. You work at the performance level you want to be at. It's the same sort of thing. Anyway, let's move on because it's a COVID time. Your thoughts on Novavax? I think I've made them quite clear that on paper, obviously, no vaccine. I mean, you guys know that I do a number of vaccines. I've done a number of vaccines of different sorts. Somebody did actually question and say, "Oh, that booklet, they weren't all were they viral? Or bacterial? Yeah, some of them bacterial, but they're also like hepatitis A, hepatitis B. I didn't actually show everything. I didn't want to, because there was quite a few others that I've done. So I didn't want to. I've done for shingles as well." And that's an outside one that's not in the booklet because it was actually done differently through a pharmacy. So basically, that's not the issue. Those vaccines I've actually researched, and sometimes even similar vaccines, I may not get a specific brand. I may get a different brand. For the reason is because I've investigated that company and I'm not really happy with the way they do business. So there's all, I haven't really gone into in depth about all these sort of things because that's not the focus of this channel. It's a more nutritional channel, but this is a current thing that everybody's concerned about and I'm focused on. And so the key issue is that no vaccine, zilch vaccine, has gone through a 5 to 7 year trial period. None. Zilch. Absolutely none. Okay? So when it comes to respiratory infections, all the research that I've looked at, and I've actually shown you guys on a number of live streams and a number of videos that I've made, is quite clear. And even the Spanish studies that they did. And, N of ones, me getting Mira to high dose on vitamin D when she got COVID, all those sort of things quite clearly show that respiratory infections or coronaviruses seem to respond very differently. If you've got a very good, well-regulated immune system, the innate part of that immune system will respond well, won't over-respond with any cytokine storm, will respond appropriately and all that. Now, on paper, even though it hasn't gone through, none of these vaccines have gone through a 5 to 7 year trials, on paper, it is very much like a traditional one. And it is the least riskiest. And there are a number of components that actually make it that are built-in safeties. For instance, they got the prolines at the receptor to prevent it, even though it can't bind to any surface of any cell, can only bind into the receptor, but it can't enter the receptor. It's because of the prolines. So they prevent. So even if, let's say, a nurse or a doctor injects you and doesn't pull out the injector to see whether they've, hit blood or a blood vessel, and let's say part of that goes in, first of all, it can't replicate, can't get into the cell because of that. It can't even be cleaved off. This is the important thing because the actual bond of the spike, that bond, they've actually deliberately altered it so it can't be cleaved off the way the traditional spikes can. So that's another element. So basically what happens is you end up primarily with a localized injection in the muscle, and that's where you will get an acute immune response. So they've put an adjunct in there to speed up the immune process, which is a good thing. It's only a bark extract, and what happens is these foreign proteins that are there, the immune system rushes in, and that's where the pain comes in. Even from traditional vaccine, you get a pain in the shoulder, and that's basically because you're getting a localized immune response, and that's what you want, nothing else. And then the body over time will develop an adaptive. From the innate, will go to the adaptive and basically create antibodies, and then it will desensitize itself, and it will have those antibodies to be able to reactivate them from the bone marrow when it's required. So if it works like all the other traditional ones that have gone through the 5 to 7 years, it's probably the least problematic one out there. Now, do you need Novavax? If you've got a good vitamin D status, no. But our life isn't as simple as I've got a good vitamin D status and I don't need Novavax, I don't need anything. We live in a real world. People's employment is at risk. Their ability to travel is at risk. They may be in countries where there is pressure from the authorities. So there's a whole lot of things that people have to weigh. And all I'm saying is when I've promoted Novavax is it's a safer alternative compared to all the others. Nothing's safe. I mean, you can cross the road and and get hit by a car. Nothing's safe in this world. But on paper, it's fairly clean and the least problematic. And they've actually incorporated some safety aspects in the design. So how do I view it? Now, people talk about, isn't there a nanoparticle in them? Yeah, that's a lipid nanoparticle. It's actually, yes, it's made of fat. It's like a liposomal, and they use it as a rafting mechanism. So you raft things on, okay, in that regard. It doesn't use graphene, but even if there was graphene in there, even though it's not, but there are in others, even if there was, as I pointed out, even to Bart, when he actually queried that thing, I said, well, cooked meat and cooked foods, don't they have a bit of graphene and all that? It's a carbon-based thing. And he had to accept it. Yes, they do. Well, it's going to be more compared to basically, what there is in these, even in the other vaccines. I mean, the graphene can't replicate and create more graphene, okay? Whatever you get, that's it. And eventually the body detoxes it. I mean, it can do it. It can do it with other forms of graphene which come from the food supply when you overcook things. So it's a non-issue. I don't know why people have this big thing. Problem with the other vaccines is the side effects and the long COVID type side effects. And we'll get into those. So I'll move on because there are other people that have asked. G'day, mate. How's it going? Good evening to you as well. Yes, I like it raw. Yes. Good to see you're all ruminating. Good evening. Past my bedtime, but worth it. Important topic for my family. Not a problem, mate. Look, I picked this time slot because I'm trying to get most people within North America, Europe and Asia, and right through to New Zealand. Because in New Zealand now it's 11:30. So at least gives, I suspect you're probably in that part of the world or on the eastern seaboard of Australia and you need to get to sleep because you got work very early tomorrow. Yeah, look, it's just really hard to try and cater for everyone, to try and get everyone in the sort of time slot. It's not an easy, so this was a sort of a compromised time, unfortunately, for a lot of people that just slightly fall outside that. Through thoughts on Novavax too. Well, unless I'm actually forced, I won't be. I'll be sticking to vitamin D and maintaining my vitamin D status. That's my plan, anyway, at this stage. And as you guys know, I've shown you I'm not an anti-vaxxer. But when I inject anything into my body, I want to know there's good research, 5 to 7 years of research, where you've got cellular turnover within that period, and anything that could crop up will crop up. Even statins, when they did the LA veteran study, it only after 7 years did it show this divergence between the intervention group that was on the statin and the placebo group and cancer. So it can take a number of years for certain things to play out. So I'm always in the, could that have been a low grade type of effect, and then it takes a number of years to manifest in a certain way? Could there have been some, I'm more concerned less about Novavax. I'm more concerned about the others, really, because they do get inside the cells. And that's a lot of the problems with those ones. So that's where my biggest concern is. And I say that if you've actually done one of those, please maintain a good vitamin D status. That is critical to have a well-regulated immune system. I will cover a few of the other points as well in that regard, because I've shown, one lady in that recent video that I showed that had her legs amputated and all that. And, when you think about these things, a person who gets the vax, the first dose, they've put a viral load in there. They've got all these clotting factors in their genetics, and then they get the virus itself. The virus, will basically suppress interferon, and so will suppress the innate immune system, so your defensive immune system. And what can happen is you can actually get like a double whammy. So you've got the vaccine that actually can go in to the cell and proliferate a whole lot of spikes, plus the virus itself, which has suppressed the immune system slightly, that can do something similar. And you can get this like double whammy. And in people with low vitamin D status, and she was darker skinned, which, would predispose people like that, in particular in today's world, to a much lower vitamin D status, less better regulated immune system. And so, when you have an overreaction of the immune system, especially people with clotting factor genes, they can really clot like mad. And it doesn't only happen it's actually been shown with these type of, in oncology. So these, the mRNA, the DNA, the type viral vector types that have been used in oncology had similar problems. And I've shown you in the past when it came to the adenovirus as well, that's used as a vehicle to get this into the cell. 275 studies on clotting factors, and even the ones with children and all that. And that's well known in the literature. Certain adenoviruses can be quite lethal to younger children which don't have a well developed immune system. But also this could be a problem for people with immunocompromised states, whether because of organ transplants or other conditions, health conditions that force them to take certain drugs to suppress their immune system. So that could be a problem for those people as well. So I usually say to those people, look, you need to be on vitamin D. You need to maintain a well-regulated immune system, even when it's running at a much lower sort of gradient, because you're going to put yourself at a lot of risk, which is the problem. The US is now making everyone believe that mandating vaccines means forcing everyone to get a jab. Well, it doesn't really. It just basically means that they are promoting the idea that it's a good thing that the population should take the jab in that regard. So it's a very different thing. With people using ivermectin prophylactically, would this delay a natural immunity to COVID-19? No. So ivermectin, what it would do is actually will suppress the ability for the virus to sort of get in and replicate. It also will prevent the virus to some extent from, suppressing the immune system. But at the end of the day, your innate immune system still needs to clear out the virus. What it's doing is it's giving your immune system enough time to fight back and then create an adaptive sort of, antibodies. And then it will sort of, what it does is that it sort of drops off. It has this like drop off effect. And then within your bone marrow, you've got then an adaptive state that's there waiting. So the moment it sees certain similar proteins, it will react. That's why because between viruses, they do exchange a lot of different similar proteins. Sometimes people that have actually had, like I said about the mumps vaccine, that has certain similar proteins. And as a consequence, it may be a reason why a lot of young people, when it came to COVID, the original COVID A, didn't have a lot of these problems. But even, and it was only basically certain kids that never had the vaccine, the mumps, the MMR, and so they were a bit more vulnerable. So that was a sort of a hypothesis of mine. Hasn't been really, studied well, and there is always problems with doing retrospective studies and stuff like that. So we'll have to wait, and we'll only know later in the distance and all that. So pretty much. Well, I disagree with that person, and the other thing is, when it comes to measles, it's been actually imaged electron microscopes. It's basically been sequenced. So I don't even know the person, so couldn't really comment about the person. Let me put it that way. But this is about COVID, and it's not about measles, the focus. So please keep the questions specific to measles. Specific to COVID and not measles or other diseases, because we're not discussing, this is a COVID Q&A and not one based on the other stuff. Are we talking about, I'm trying to understand what you mean by high cycle thresholds. Are we talking about viral loads here, Stefan? Maybe this is a new term that I've sort of missed while I've been looking. I've been looking primarily at, viral sequencing, the design of the vaccines and stuff like that. That's where my focus has been more, rather than sort of the epidemiological research out there. I've been looking at just general statistics in that regard, but I haven't been looking at these sort of so-called thresholds that people are talking about. I don't see them. I'll actually show shortly about some ABS data from the actual Australian Bureau of Statistics, and I don't see some of those characteristics that people talk about. I know what you're talking about, these sort of high increases, but they usually, they're seasonal, like all coronaviruses are all seasonal. So, but I will show something in that regard soon. Got any links to science? Tracy, this is a Q&A. This is not a science thing. You want to ask me about specific things and all that, I've already provided in my other videos that I've done. I've provided studies and stuff like that. I've gone through a number of things. But the whole idea of this is to see what fallout comes out of this and what people are concerned and questions and all that. I mean, I've talked about, the prions and all that. I've shown research and I've shown information in that regard about, some crackpot ideas that are out there in that regard. And it undermines the reality is some of these ideas undermine the skeptical people about this. And we should be skeptical. We don't have 5 to 7 years research on any one of these vaccines, which is what traditional vaccines have to go through, a process of 5 to 7 years before we do mass vaccinations. I mean, if you take a look, when they bring out, when they've brought out anything new historically, They always had to test it properly because there were side effects in certain population groups. They had needed to identify all these with research, proper research. They just didn't start vaccinating everybody. Oh, the PCR. Okay, thanks, Tracy. Okay, the PCR you're talking about. Well, there's a lot of problems with the PCR. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of, let's put it, some people have been found to have, and then when tested again, have come negative, and others have been negative and then found to be positive at a later stage. So it's problematic to say the least. And I think that basically the virus is far more pronounced out in the community than most people think. And I think there's a lot of talk. The cycles that they do in terms of PCR is a problem. They should be doing far less. And at different jurisdictions, different countries are doing very different things. There's no consistent thing, and and it's a problem, to put it least. I don't have a lot of confidence in some of those testings, but it is what it is in that regard. Yeah. So if there's any specific stuff you want, Tracy, in the comments area after, ask me specific things that you want research for, and I will include that in the video that I'll be making and then presenting. So, but I need to know exactly, and I can't go away and, try and locate that on a live stream. That's not practical. So, when did you last eat dolmades or stuffed tomatoes? Quite some time, mate. Quite some time. I haven't done that for a very long time. I think my dad still does on a very, very rare occasion. But yeah, I believe that healthy individuals need not to worry. Exactly. It's no different than a lot of the seasonal stuff. Just wash your hands. Yep. Cover your sneeze and cough. Yep. Like any flu or stuff like that. Any other corona. Yep. Very wise words, Shell. And maintain good vitamin D status. Something a lot of us do not do, which is the most critical thing to maintain a good, healthy immune system. Vitamin D is critical. G'day, Tom. And it's probably why some of these people are getting some side effects even from the vaccines is because of poor vitamin D status, especially the ones that can replicate. That means that are using one method or another to get inside the cell and replicate spikes. I think that can be an immunocompromised or comorbidity type person. If on top they get the additional, the virus, they contract the virus itself at the same time, could end up with a lot of factors, reactive factors that are over making the immune system overreact. So very risky in certain people, especially. With COVID vaccines have an effect on reproductive for young people. We've got absolutely no research when it comes to that. But we do know with the mRNA ones in particular that in oncology research, there were problems in regards to these issues like the Pfizer, the Moderna, those type of vaccines. The same technology that was used in oncology seemed to create a number of side effects in this regard. But obviously, all we can do is extrapolate from oncology, but we don't have specifically at the moment. A few years down the track, they probably will do retrospective studies looking back and trying to see different populations which got that specific jab and seeing what outcomes. But it's going to be a bit too late for those people if that's the case. So at this stage, we don't know specifically. We don't have any research, but there is there a risk? Yes. Do we know whether it's going to affect everyone? As far as oncology went, when this technology was used in there, it didn't affect everyone. It only affected a small group of people. But could it affect more people because of the design characteristics? Or maybe is there something altered in the way it was designed? that could have that effect? We do not know. Yeah, that's a lot of big question marks on that, raw ruminant. Something that I can't reply. Nobody can answer that. People can speculate that there is a risk, but whether we have any, and that's why I say, do you want to play Russian roulette? I've been making this point for quite some time. Do you want to put a bullet in a gun, spin it, bzzz, put it there and fire it and take your risk? That's the thing. We don't have 5 to 7 year trials, and it's technology which we've never used in vaccines. These have been used in oncology. So the mRNAs, the viral vector types, all are oncology-derived technologies. They are not vaccine-derived technologies. Vaccines are not designed like this traditionally. The only ones that have traditional characteristics are the Novavax, with a number of safety features in it, and the new Indian, what is it called? The Convax or Indovax or whatever. There's a couple of, there's 3 different varieties. There's one that's problematic, and there's the other 2. I haven't done the video yet, but I will be doing it for the subcontinent people, because India will export that into the Southeast Asian region, so that will affect a lot of people, and in a number of countries, probably in Africa as well, where India has trade links as well, Central Asia potentially as well. So it probably affects up to 2 billion people. So it's a good reason to do a video on that at some point. It's still in the early stages, so I've still got a bit of time in order to produce that. But yeah, there's a lot of question marks on these sort of things. And as I say, do you want to take the risk? Do you feel lucky? Easy. I'll say, I am a Dirty Harry. Do you feel lucky? Ah, yes. I'll stick to vitamin D until I'm actually, at the moment, people ask me, and I say, I usually this is the easy way of saying, until they actually mandate people to present something, you just don't even get into the conversation. As I've said to people, just say, hasn't everyone in this area or in this work? Just redirect the question. Hasn't everyone? Like play dumb, and then ask. Redirect into some other discussion point that people are talking within the work environment. So I know it's sort of a avoidance, but it's probably better so you don't get harassed or hassled in the workplace. Until you basically have to provide some sort of certificate or something like that, that's when, yeah. Can a volunteer organisation mandate vaccines in Australia? Legally, no. You cannot actually force any medical procedure on any citizen of Australia. Only a government can actually mandate it but it would have to, there'd have to be basically reasons where it's like there are parts of the Constitution which talk about like national emergencies, pandemics and stuff like that, where the government has the right, the authority to mandate certain things. But it can't an organisation can't on its own mandate its staff to do certain things. No, it's illegal to do that. And there are a whole lot of laws prohibiting any organisation basically forcing anyone in terms of, it's a human rights violation basically in that regard. But until the government actually because the government, like even in Australia, has passed legislation in the past where it's actually ignored some human rights issues. So if they were to change something, yes, it could be. Yeah, got it, understood. I wasn't sure. Yep, got it. Not a problem. Yeah. I'm not very confident with that technology, let's put it that way. But it's being used in varied ways around the world, and until we go back, until we actually see true prospective studies and retrospective studies on the PCRs, at the moment, we don't have any really good stuff to basically hang our hat and say, yep, with confidence that they truly work on all that. There's a lot of, seems, problems with them. There are a few other tests that are out there that are being used that seem to be a bit better, but there's a lot of issues with a lot of them in that regard. But I've, like myself, I question the amount of cycles that they do. I think they talk about sensitivity, but sometimes you can actually get false positives because of because look, in anything biological, there are certain protein structures that are very similar, in particular the spike, where it's actually got, because of that prion type thing, and certain protein structures which are very similar to the ACE receptor. When you're sort of cycling and refining that, are you basically identifying something that really isn't there? It's a really hard one in that regard. I've got a lot of question marks on it. And while a lot of people have opinions on PCR testing, how good it is, I think it's got a lot of problems. And until the authorities can show with good randomized control studies that they've basically been able to show exactly how many cycles should be done, and they are, with an independent method, they're able to literally take a blood sample. That means they would have to find volunteers that they basically gave the virus to. You'd have to basically allow for people to volunteer, probably in the military, to volunteer under some sort of special program, and then give each, assign them placebo or assign them the actual virus, and provide them with all the interventions that are required, and test them and see whether the PCR and how many cycles to work out, and you could say, with confidence then that it actually works for so many cycles or whatever. So we don't have that. And so, like the rest of you guys, I hear a lot of comments, which I don't trust, because I don't have a clear opinion on that myself. I think there are problems with it, but there is zero good research. And since I don't work in the medical field directly, and I don't have access I don't work for the company, for any of that to have direct access, we're all speculating. It's because we see a lot of N of ones here or there, and certain, certain cases where false positives and all that people are questioning this, and they should question this sort of stuff. How good is it? How reliable is it? And there's a lot of question marks, and that anybody that tells you otherwise is basically either speculating on their part and not being upfront about it, or basically they they work for the organisation and really know more than I do. The reality is we don't know enough. People outside, we're seeing a lot of N of ones here or there, but there may be other factors as well. There may be other confounding factors that are playing, that are affecting. Maybe other people have got certain other ailments at the same time, or some underlying, condition or genetics or whatever. See, that's the problem. You don't know what factors are playing into the false positives or many other things. And that's why we can't really you need research to work out whether a test. And basically what we're told is we're in a pandemic. we don't have time to do all this sort of stuff. It's like with the vitamin D. Well, we don't have time to do, and a lot of things are happening in hospitals, like the Spanish hospital where they did a small pilot study. But you need a large study with high doses of vitamin D, a prospective study, not a retrospective study, because the problem is when you do a retrospective study, that means looking backwards, you basically don't have a baseline. That means you haven't tested these people at baseline. And so there's too many, sometimes there could be too many confounding variables to basically work out what could be the main, something beyond just an inference, an associational, what may have a stronger inference or not. Very hard to work out. In a prospective study, it's different. Like even if you're doing a prospective study, like I said earlier, by getting volunteers to be injected with something. I mean, even if they were to use the actual, they would take the virus, remove the genetic code inside it, and put something else, would just basically, I don't know, make produce something harmless in regards, and then they did the test to see whether they could pick up part of the actual protein coating of that virus with the test. Then that is basically, you've got a baseline and you're testing forward with a control group. In this case, it's a placebo group, and the intervention group that's actually getting this, and then testing and seeing different cycles. You can have a number of groups that are intervention groups with different cycles being tested on those people to see, and also on the control as well, with different cycles, because you want to see where is it actually picking up the actual stuff that you're looking for, or is it basically just picking up random things? So you need to do it for both groups in different cycle amounts and all that. We don't have any of those prospective studies. They haven't been done. Maybe they'll be done in the future, but then it'll be we'll confirm certain things, but it doesn't really help us now answer a lot of these questions. So at the moment, we don't really know. We just, all of us are pretty much speculating on this stuff, including the authorities, but they won't own up to that, which is the problem in that regard. Rumours of the vaccines are way to control populations are still out there. I don't think vaccines work in that way. No, they don't. They definitely don't. I mean, yes, they can't reprogram your mind. Let's put it that way. It's not going to happen. So, no. And, it's just wild, views by certain people. There is another side to things, and that sort of thing is Charlie. Thanks, mate. You're welcome. So it's a strange sort of thing. Sure. Thanks, appreciate it. I'll add it to my donation list. It's what I usually do anyway. I've had people actually offer, and I've asked them to donate to the... Shell was earlier there as well. Thanks, Shell. Didn't even realise they'd actually activated this. I just activated the whole lot because that's what you go through a whatever program. But I've noticed the funny thing is they keep on, as I go through my list of stuff, they keep on demonetizing stuff. And even one that I uploaded, I go to myself, I was saying to my brother Sean, I put it up, and as it was going through, it actually got tested. It picked up, I said one F word, and it picked it up, the AI, and it immediately demonetized it. And I'm going, I enjoy using F words. That's the problem. is once they get through all my videos, because they will go through, they'll probably demonetize the whole lot because of that. So, yeah. Anyway, it's the way the YouTubia works, but anyway, Your thoughts on antibody-dependent enhancements with coronavirus vaccines? Is it a risk? We don't know. We absolutely don't know any sort of the antibody. The probably one element of the actual vaccines is that it only will generate an antibody specifically for the spikes, because that's what it's being sensitized to that part of that element. So if this virus in the future was to evolve a different type of spike, these vaccines would be useless in that regard. The Indian one, I believe one of them actually uses the entire virus deactivated. And the other also, there's a different sort of case where one of the Chinese ones as well does something similar. The problem is I don't know the actual. The problem is I was unable to get any, like, from most other countries. You can actually download a lot of the information from the different authorities. Even in India, it's in Hindi, but you can, like, you saw the one that I actually downloaded, the Ukrainian one, and I translated. It wasn't the best translation, but anyway, with the Chinese stuff, it's really hard. So that's why I've sort of, I've never really formed a strong opinion on those. And the simple reason is because unless they provide the design characteristics, how they did it and all that, and whether there's any elements in there that could potentially put some populations at risk in terms of sort of immune responses or anaphylactic responses or stuff like that, it's really hard to it's probably more going to be an anaphylactic issue with those ones. Like with the flu ones where they've used, they've incubated or in eggs in the past. And so that was a problem for a group of people that do tend to have anaphylactic effect, shocks to sensitivity, basically to eggs. So there's all those sort of things, and it's really hard with a lot of the information being provided by a number of them. But in terms of your antibodies, it's going to be primarily from the vaccines focused on the spike proteins. But we will talk a bit more about them as I move on. Will the so-called variant with Novavax protein be effective? Will they come and get an update? Probably not. See, as long as the current variety, even the current Delta strain, the only thing that's changed is this at the spike, it slightly has slightly modified in a way to allow it to attach to the ACE2 receptor with greater affinity. That means in a firmer way. That means it can actually get in much faster with less problems into the cell. That's probably the reason why the Delta strain is actually, while it's no more lethal than the previous one, it just gets around much quicker. So it's able to infect humans much easier. But again, it's remaining in those water droplets, the aerosols, you sneeze and stuff like that. And in colder or more humid type conditions, you will get those that will travel, and people that are more susceptible. It's just the way it is. But in terms of the Novavax itself, nah. Look, most of them that basically in terms of, once look, let me put it this way. Compared to most other coronaviruses, and the common cold is of a coronavirus, Influenza is a coronavirus. MERS, which is the Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, that's a coronavirus. That was the one from camels. Also, the one in Australia, which was from bats as well, Hendra, that is a coronavirus. So all these are coronaviruses. They are respiratory type, primarily, expressing through the ACE2 receptor and usually infecting that way. SARS or COVID-1, which is SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2, basically have very low they don't mutate as much. They are some of the pretty much the slowest that we know currently of the major ones, the slowest mutating viruses of the corona type. So we've actually found that even people that got immunity to SARS-1 are immune to SARS-2. So they're actually able to produce antibodies against SARS-2. And that's how we know that they're very similar, let alone we've sequenced, a number of labs around the world have sequenced the virus. They've used electron microscopes to actually analyze it. So we pretty much know quite clearly. And as I said to one person, if it was only North America, I could be skeptical. But it's around the world in many countries that are hostile to the US. And it's unlikely, and these countries have quite clearly said, it looks like the previous one has similar, and basically we've actually found with similar characteristics in the pangolin, which is a little animal, and it seems like from bats, the bat version got to the pangolin, and then from that got to humans, and that's how it sort of got into, and then crossed from the pangolin to humans, a bit like Hendra does from horses to humans, but it's not as successful. It's another one of those. It's actually the Hendra, which is in Australia, is probably the one of the coronaviruses that actually has the greatest difficulty of transmitting. You really have to have a lot of contact with horses continuously for months upon months upon months of an infected horse before it can actually. So there are a lot of differences. So there is substantial difference between now. The current one, the current variant, has mutated part of its proteins, but not enough to basically be a completely different strain. It's a variant. The current vaccines will work. Actually, the funny thing is Novavax, because it was tested much later and it was actually more adapted, it's actually more potent against the Delta variant than the other variants. It actually had better results on the Delta one, the current one. That's, so yeah, it's, as I said, it's got a lot of, it took them longer, but it seems to have a lot of values on that regard. As I said, again, like anything, it hasn't been, I've been talking all day today with my friends, and my throat is really Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't even know they activated it. So they don't tell you anything. I didn't even receive an email. So, but thanks, Shell. Thank you very much. Noted on Novavax, our current circumstances. Thanks, Harry. Have you any insights as to when it might be available in New South Wales? No idea. I've heard that eventually there's been a bit of pressure by a number of people in Australia. Maybe some people have been calling their politicians and saying, what the hell's happening? Why isn't Novavax being made available? because for some reason it was being slowed down in a number of countries around the world. As I said last time, the US withdrew its funding for whatever reason. Then the Congress didn't explain why. And as I said to people in the US, call your congressman or congresswoman and ask them what the hell's going on. Why are you withdrawing funding? Why aren't you supporting Novavax? So put the pressure on them, is what I say to people in North America. And in Australia, call your politician, both state and federal representative, and ask them why aren't they basically getting our authorities to approve Novavax and fast track it. They seem to be in a massive hurry to get the other ones out, the Pfizer and all that. Again, it's political influence. Unfortunately, Pfizer and AstraZeneca have more clout. Now, where does AstraZeneca get its clout? CSL. CSL, the Commonwealth Serum Laboratory, it used to be part of the government. They sold it off. But the people that control, some of them have good political connections in Canberra with the government of Australia, and they've been pushing AstraZeneca. And there have been some ex-politicians which are also involved with lobby groups for Pfizer. So, say no more. Why these things were accelerated and some others aren't, because they don't seem to have the same political influence. I'll leave it at that. You know what I mean. So it's unfortunate like that. So we have to do it ourselves. Get on the blower, call your poly, and say, why the hell aren't you doing something about it? It's the easiest way. I just tend to email them, but you can call them, you can email them, you can do whatever you get a contact. As long as people are basically starting to pester the politicians, they're always scared about losing votes. You know what they're like. They live for votes. They live for lobbies because they get money from lobbies to run campaigns. But at the end of the day, getting money from lobbies is one thing. If you lose votes, you're not going to get elected back in. So they need to be put on the pressure. Novavax has also received. Well, the foundation is actually given to a number of different companies, so it's not. That's irrelevant. They don't have an effect on the policy. Gates and Melinda have been giving to Pfizer, to Moderna, to a number of different companies. So they've been giving to all American companies. So that doesn't mean that the product is bad. It's just, Bill Gates is just basically, he's just vax, how could you call it? Vax happy, Alex. That means, but there's no conspiracy there. I mean, Novavax is a company that basically runs its own affairs. They've been around for a number of years. They developed a good vaccine, but Bill and Melinda also support Pfizer, Moderna, and all these other companies, which they've provided funding to a number of different vaccine companies. So they just basically what I would call vaccine eccentrics, So they'll put money against all this. They're not involved, they don't create the vaccines. I mean, they just basically provide money, funding to promote them, to basically in that regard. But they have this sort of attitude that all vaccines are safe. It's all science. No, they're not. But this is the sort of that thinking. It's a bit like, there's good nutritional research that happens. I mean, even the A to Z study that actually showed good results about the Atkins diet that was done by a veganerized, a vegetarian academic out of Stanford University. So even vegans can actually do good studies. So, that's, too conspiratorial for me, Alex. He's given money around to a number of organizations. Doesn't mean that he's actually, has any control on what, on that. I know there are some people that are saying that sort of stuff, but that's just ridiculous. There are too many thousands and thousands of people involved in these organizations for people to be able to do any of that sort of stuff. Unlikely, any of that sort of. The antibody response you get is to the spike. That's pretty much it, because that's what they all use. That's where the antibody response that has actually been, the adaptive side is basically creating, providing the immune system with the knowledge of how to attack based on that spike, unless you get one of the other vaccines, or unless you get COVID, which basically means then you get eventually an adaptive immunity to all the different components of the protein parts of that virus, in a sense. So okay, had no side effects. Well, you may not have the those the F5, F8, the different type of clotting factors, so you get plenty of sun and raw, and that's a good thing, because you basically have a good immune function, and maybe wasn't able to replicate substantially. And that's what I've said. I've said to people that if you don't, what we're talking about here is, I'm not actually going out and saying AstraZeneca is going to kill people. No. Or Pfizer is going to kill people, or anything like that. What I'm saying is that there are risks with these technologies. That's what I'm actually saying, and that's what I've said from the beginning. There are risks. And do you need to take the risk? That's basically my argument point, than anything else. So if you don't have any of those clotting factors, those genetics, I've got a couple, but not, like I showed, but many others that I don't. And so, I'm not interested in taking that risk. But at the same time, I say to people, if you maintain good vitamin D status, and that's the critical part to regulate the immune system well, you're not going to get long COVID effects, And so I've always said to people, if you're going to do something like that, you can throw in ivermectin, you can throw in vitamin D, and you can throw also lactoferrin, So those sort of things can all be a sort of a thing that can help. But even if you get COVID, it is important that you have good vitamin D status, because you will not get long COVID. If you have that, take lactoferrin, take, maybe if you've got ivermectin, stuff like that, what you'll do is your immune system will overreact, will eventually clear out that virus without basically misbehaving, causing a lot of damage in the body through cytokine storm, or overreacting and basically damaging a lot of cells in the body. And what really long COVID is basically a lot of severe damage, tissue damage around the body. That's what long COVID syndrome, as it's called, is showing. And I believe it's basically a vitamin D deficiency that actually makes people more vulnerable to this, whether it's from long COVID symptoms of a lower grade from these type of vaccines, or whether it's basically because they build up a very big viral load and the immune system overreacts a bit, not to the same level as the actual virus, but still is reacting more and reacting with a lot of tissue, because you're getting a lot of spikes being cleaved off and spreading around the body and creating a lot of more reactivity. And as a consequence, creating more damage, tissue damage around the place. When you create tissue damage, you create senescence, and then senescence can drive more cytokines. So that's where I believe this long COVID type conditions are actually coming from. If you've got very good vitamin D status and you don't have the clotting factors, it may not affect you. As I said, it's a Russian roulette thing. Do you want to take the risk? And there are options like, getting on vitamin D for a long time and then that. But I would definitely not take the Pfizer one because there are autoimmune related issues with Pfizer with a number. I wouldn't take the Johnson and Johnson because you don't know whether you've got the genetics for neurological. There are genes that some people are more susceptible to sort of neurological disorders due to Johnson and Johnson. We've got, just recent literature. It's not something that Harry says. There's actually evidence. People actually, and even they've acknowledged that there's a problem. So that's the issue. It's a question of there is not 5 to 7 year research to basically say that truly there are zero side effects. You're an N of 1, you didn't have a side effect. Consider yourself lucky. You had a good vitamin D status, and you didn't have any of those genes that made you susceptible. So you dodged the bullet. But your next door neighbour may not be that lucky, and that's the problem. And a lot of the population at the same time aren't the healthiest, or eating the healthiest, or getting out in the sun. So there's so many factors in terms of that, and that's another problem in itself. Indeed, I reject it all. Thoughts on inactivated whole virus vaccine like the that's the Indian one, Covaxin. Looks good. I'm still haven't finished my research, so I'm still looking at a lot of the components of it. And so when I just haven't had time. Basically, I've been really busy at work trying to finish shitloads of work before I went on leave. So, so it really limits the amount of time I had. And so most of my recent videos have just been stuff that I've had in folders ready to go, and I just did them on the fly. But but I haven't actually, probably in the last 2 weeks, I haven't actually looked at anything in any depth. So I still need to go back and read some additional stuff. And once and that's what I'll be doing early this week, so I can actually get something by probably Wednesday or Thursday out for you guys, because I'll have more information. Now, I don't know whether I'll have enough on the Indian vaccines yet. I'm hoping, but no promises. AG, hey Harry, do the vaccines stop us from transmitting or just symptoms? Thank you, and congrats on the 1,000 subs. Thanks, mate. Look, like the vaccine for flu, you can still get the flu. You can still get a disease, and you can still transmit to some extent. The difference is your immune system will clear it out much quicker because you've already acquired you can generate antibodies to remove it. But for a short amount of time, yes, you can still transmit. From what we've seen, it's a characteristic of coronaviruses. It's just one of those things about coronaviruses. It's because of respiratory type infections that they tend to be, even though you've got antibodies, you can still create, for a small period of time, you can be a spreader, let's say a transmitter. But that happens for the flu and happens for a lot of things. It's just the way it is. You can't really do much about it. Thanks, Harry. Love recommendation of vitamin D dosage. If you don't already say by now. Look, I usually, because I don't know what people's status is, their vitamin D status, and I usually recommend about 5,000 IUs, and I usually recommend that people go and get themselves tested to see what their levels are. And if they're in the northern hemisphere, we're in the southern hemisphere now, like Tracy, myself, and others, and especially me being in Tasmania, which is 40 degrees south. We don't get much sun. It's the winter at the moment, so pretty much there's no option but to supplement, unfortunately. But if you're in the northern hemisphere, get out in the sun. It's cheap. It's free. It costs you nothing. If you've got darker complexion, you may have to be in the sun for longer, or you may have to have partial exposure to the sun and some supplementation, especially if you're working indoors for many hours and getting only the occasional exposure. Somebody with a lighter skin can be out for half an hour at lunch and get enough for the day. Somebody who's got a darker skin may need, depending on how dark it is, anywhere between 3 to 6 hours, and that's a problem. Because your skin tone is adapted to a different latitude, a different environment. It's the reality. You can't. That's what you were born with. So the only way is to supplement, and some of those people may need to supplement a small amount, like in the summer period, probably 2,000 IUs, and then in the winter period, 5 to 10, depending on what's around. 5 generally, 10 because you get some from food, especially if you're on a carnivore diet, you'll get some from food and all that, and you don't want to even though high doses of stuff, as long as you balance retinol and vitamin D. But at the same time, one tends to use the other because a lot of the actual areas, and it also has to do with what's the state of your liver as well, because while it has a great storage capacity for retinol, if it's healthy, if it's not, that can be a problem. So there are a lot of other issues, and so it's really hard to recommend specific stuff. That's why you usually stick to those lower doses. Even though I do take 10,000 IUs through winter, I do recommend to other people 5,000 until they've got themselves checked and they know a number of other important aspects are basically functional, and and they've also doing the right thing in terms of their nutrition. So it's multifactorial in terms of that regard, but it's very important to maintain a good immune system because basically your whole immune system is just coated with vitamin D receptors, and it plays a very important role if you want to, in particular with coronaviruses, this needs to be reminded. I'll remind people again. Your collagen-degrading enzymes in your lungs, the matrix metalloproteinases. Now, when there is an acute response, immune response in the lungs, infection of any sort, what happens is your liver generates a whole lot of matrix metalloproteinase, so MMPs. So these enzymes will go in there trying to clear it all up. But at the same time, they do a lot of, if they over-respond because they're not regulated properly by a proper immune system, generally that's a good thing. They go in there and they've, remodeling and all that. But they can do a bit too much breakdown when there are too many of them. And so there's too much breakdown and building. That's where you need vitamin D to regulate these. And in terms of MMP2 and MMP9, which is the two main ones that you find that are functioning, there's a couple of the others as well, enzymes that are functioning in the lungs. Vitamin D is critical for their regulation. And so they don't overexpress. So it's really important because it will regulate and signal to the liver not to produce so many. It will control the amount and regulate them, and then basically get them out of the liver, out of the lungs. So they do their job, and then goodbye. It's not exactly like that. There's still going to be some around because your body's still always remodeling, rebuilding, redoing, pulling things apart and stuff like that. In terms of collagen synthesis and stuff like that, it's constantly happening. It's not we can't view it in a reductionist way. But what I'm trying to say is that vitamin D regulates those enzymes in their functioning. So when you get certain tissue damage or tissue affected, you need to have good regulation of those enzymes functioning in the lungs so you don't get too much damage. So, and the immune system doesn't overreact as well. It's sort of controlled and tempered, so it doesn't go in there and start blasting everything with cytokines. We don't want that sort of stuff in that regard. So, very important. And thanks for reminding me, because sometimes I forget about talking about the dosages and stuff like that in some of these aspects. Thanks, Tracy. I get too caught up on other things and tangents. And yeah, Sydney's gone a bit nuts. Talking about Sydney and Australia, I thought about bringing this up. Okay, let me just put this on the screen. I'll share this and move my... So this is basically provisional mortality statistics. This is from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, abs.gov. I'll just put that in so anybody can actually, in the chat, there it is. And when we look at these sort of periods, these are the things I like. So the thin line here, the average deaths, is the one between 2015 and 2019, which is basically the flu type seasons and all that. This is the sort of the COVID era, 2020, 21, and COVID new infections. So as you can see in Australia, we had, around about June, which is our winter, to basically August, which is the height of our winter, and then coming down to about October, because you get about there, that's the end of August, that's the beginning of spring, and that's at the right at the top. And remember, in Italy, it was at the beginning of spring, when people's lowest vitamin D levels are, the majority of deaths happen. Now, let's look at the difference. That's at that time, and that's COVID, 2,862. That's the difference. It's about 200 people difference. So in the COVID era, in the same sort of period of time, more people died. Less people died on average. So even though you got this massive spike of infections, you're not seeing, because this is, look how it's tracking. It's tracking like the seasonal flu. That's what it's tracking, like the seasonal flu. Okay? So you're not seeing massive difference here. Yes, you're getting more infections in this period, and then it drops off. This is the high infection period in the winter. And basically over here, we're in the new now, and see, it's starting to creep up again. Both deaths and infections are starting to creep up. Well, that's normal, because we're heading into another winter, because that's up until 18th of April this year. So now we're in the middle of the year, practically. So they don't have those stats yet, as far as the Australian Bureau of Statistics. But as you can see, basically, even in the early stages, before we had all the big lockdowns and all that, look, it's tracking like the flu. And then it goes slightly lower in terms, and then it goes back up a bit, and that's when you got into nursing homes and all that sort of stuff. The average is about 80 that people with comorbidities that are being taken out in this period. And they would have been taken out. And we see the same sort of characteristics even in Sweden, where they had no lockdowns whatsoever. So I think we overreacted. I think based on the early research that came out of China that was very poor, they looked at that and said, this is a pandemic. They got it wrong. And since then, they haven't corrected. But the data is quite clear. The data is quite clear in most countries. So, and these are doctors' certified deaths. These are not basically, some bureaucrat making numbers up. These are actual doctors that actually have written on COVID, the death. And so when we compare to the seasonal flu and all that, it's been running at a much lower level. It basically picked up a bit here and all that. And this is basically when we're starting to get the other variants and it's starting to get out there in the population. But at the same time, it's sort of flatlined here. It's just not too high above the average in this period. I mean, we're talking about there and there. It's about 100 people difference. So we're not talking about, dramatic numbers. And we've seen similar figures in other parts of the world. Now, when we look at other effects, again, ischemic heart attack, it's actually lower in the COVID era than in the past on average. Sort of cerebral vascular, again, we're not seeing dramatic things because I hear a lot of people say, respiratory disease. Okay, there's your differences. So the common cold, the common flu, is actually creating more pneumonia type effects, double the effects, seasonally adjusted, obviously. But these are basically, this is government. This is the ABS, Australian Bureau of Statistics. One good thing is they're an independent statistical authority covered by legislation which politicians can't interfere with. So they take the data from all the different hospitals and all that and then put it on and map it in this way and create charts and stuff like that. There you go. Again, chronic lower respiratory disease, and the lower part is in the lungs. The upper respiratory is this, the lower respiratory, you're talking about lungs. Again, and in these earlier stages, yep, because as we know in the earlier stages. So that was influenza pneumonia. Obviously, this period we actually had in the early stages much more, and then later. Sometimes when you get a new virus or new variant or whatever, it tends to basically overshadow the other because it usually has an effect. So that may be as well that effect there. So a lot of this will become clearer in the future. Deaths due to cancer are much higher now than in the pre-COVID period, as you can see. And I suspect it's because people have been in lockdown and not going in and getting themselves tested and getting themselves tested much later and dying from cancer because they didn't get tested earlier. So there was no intervention earlier. So lockdowns have really helped, haven't they, for the cancer patients? That's what the statistics is, not Harry. Here's the statistics. Compared to the previous period of 2015 on the average between 2015 and 2019 and the current numbers. Okay? So they've even got 2021, and so they've actually covered these different type of periods. So people can go on and check them and all that. Deaths due to diabetes, again, much higher compared to the previous one for most of these periods. Sort of Alzheimer's, dementia is probably hard to say. It's very much, it overlaps in many areas. So we'll say it's about equal. The early part a bit higher, then the middle part, and then the latter part. Yeah, that's understandable that there's not going to be much difference here because that's something that actually takes much longer to progress. So you can actually have time to intervene where these other things can get really out of hand, like diabetes can get out of hand. And as we know, you can fast and stuff like that and reverse it very fast. So only of these people knew about this. Cancer, again, if it goes metastatic, can really progress very fast and kill. So those sort of things will show a difference. But things like that take much longer to progress show a lower timeline. And so they've got a full list of here of a whole lot of other things in that regard. And they're looking at all these different year periods and all that. And as you can see, the seasonality, it really tracks well the seasonality of corona type viruses like flu and all that, influenza that comes out. So it's very much a seasonal type thing. In very similar ways, we overreacted because of poor data initially, which showed much higher percentages of mortality, of mortality compared to what really actually played out everywhere else. So that's just because we got really poor data from the initial site, the initial area, and they didn't actually, they got a lot of deaths, and they were given about a city, but I believe that the actual disease was much wider. And so when you look at one city with so many deaths and people coming in from the countryside that weren't basically registered as coming in from the countryside, what you end up is getting these results which are skewed. You get statistical skewing of the results because as a percentage, when you take Wuhan and the whole region, the sort of the rural areas where there's a lot of people that live in those, China still has, like on the eastern seaboard, it's about 300 million people, but about 1.1 million still live in the countryside, the majority of the population. So even around Wuhan, there's a lot of. Anyway, let's move on. There's a lot of basically rural, sort of people living in those areas. And so when you take all these numbers and then look at the deaths in comparison to those numbers, because in those rural areas, you don't have a lot of hospitals or stuff like that. They're in the cities. You have to get people into those cities. And it's a bit like, I know from rural areas, like even in Greece, you've got to transport people from the mountainous areas down to the city, which is a greenie on to take them there. There's no real medical stuff because there are small hamlets here and there. And there's no economics to have stuff like that. And that's different compared to places like North America, Australia and all that tend to have a lot of people in cities, much more urbanisation, very small rural population in comparison. So it's a very different sort of situation. And what happened was we looked at the statistics of the city, looked at the amount of deaths. So there's a whole lot of people coming in from rural areas as well, which had the disease and were dying because they didn't really know in the beginning. And so it skewed the stats. So as a percentage of the population of Wuhan, it looked very high. It looked like, this is a pandemic level. And that's the problem. They didn't consider the whole province, the whole region, the population, and then do it appropriately. They would have realized, this is just basically similar to the flu. It's a different respiratory issue, but it's similar numbers and all that, as I've shown you with Australia, and you've seen around the world. IVA's done a lot of things like that. That's why we got it wrong. And the problem is, once politicians and the media get behind and all that, it becomes like it gets momentum of its own. It takes a life of its own. And if you basically just put your hand up and say, well, there's a problem here with the stats and all that, they'll just steamroll right over you as if, what do you say? Oh, yeah, gone. And that's the problem. It's only after the fact, when people start thinking and looking at this and start questioning, that basically things start altering in that regard. And that's where we are now, where people are starting to become a bit more questioning at long last. But still, there's a lot of people out there that are woke as crazy in that regard. So I actually jumped right through the whole lot. Sorry. Let me just go back because there's other questions as well. I just realised. Let me go back and find the spot because I just clicked on the damn thing and the whole. I forgot about this about Restream. It will go right back, right to the end. Great, Harry. Now, where was I? I'm surprised Blinky's not around calling amateur time for me. Harry, thoughts of bile holding on to things like glyphosate and then constantly cycling it through our body? Look, if you've got a liver that's actually functional, and this is not a COVID question, I shouldn't be answering that. Your liver is supposed to basically break this stuff down. If you're too overloaded with a lot of things and you don't have enough sulfur amino acids, then you can't do it. That's when you can probably get this happening. But bile is supposed to basically take those things out and excrete them into the feces. And also bile is supposed to take any excess metals. As long as the body's functional properly, it can take out excess stuff and excrete it through the feces. So it's not an issue. It only becomes an issue when we've got other derangements happening and a dysfunctional liver or a damaged liver and stuff like that. And then these things aren't happening properly. That's when you can actually get things that are not broken down properly and are getting reabsorbed and stuff like that and all these cycles. And then it becomes a problem. But that's for another day, another question. And I will be covering some of those issues in future videos anyway. G'day, mate. How's it going? Gideon, howdy, Harry. Thoughts on vax and those who've had COVID? In what regard? I mean, the vaccines are varied. They're not all the same. There are a whole lot of different vaccines, and they have different side effects and different effects, and we have different information and knowledge about them. I will be covering that in a upcoming video where I will go through the timeline, some of the reasons why we got here, some of the epidemiological research in the beginning, how we like the Wuhan stuff that I just mentioned, and I'll be covering that in like a comprehensive thing this week, and we'll be getting into some of those areas as well. These are specific like Q&A concerns that people have. Did the Johnson & Johnson ever solve the blood clot issue? Not really, and they haven't actually really resolved the susceptibility of some people with neurological issues or that have got genetics that predispose them. So not really. They just put a warning out there because it takes a long time to basically alter these, change them, and basically reissue them. They may, with their booster, they may alter it, but at this stage, no, not the current one that's already been manufactured. AG only vaccine question today. It's a comment from Alex. The states are now focusing on this school-aged children getting the Delta. God almighty, can't they leave the little kids alone? They're still developing and growing. They should not be basically putting experimental stuff in those children. I'm really annoyed about this stuff. This is probably the thing that pisses me off the most. Putting highly emotional pleas on TV shit is sickening. We need facts. Still no one is talking vitamin D, metabolic syndrome and all that. No, they're not. This is the whole problem. The average age of people is around depending on the country, anywhere between 70 and 80. That's the average age of the mortality. It's still older people. It's not young people. Now, there are some young people because of genetics, comorbidities, and all sorts of things, or very poor vitamin D status or severe metabolic syndrome or stuff like that, or some susceptibility, like in terms of clotting factors. that make them so when they get the virus, they tend to their immune system over responds and creates shitloads of clotting factors, and it's the clotting factors that are killing them. So these are the sort of issues that are causing some issues amongst a small minority of young people, but we don't need to exacerbate this amongst the rest. So it is a concern that I've got as well in regards to this whole approach. We had our boost tracks in the last 2 years. I'm fine metabolically. My New York State job is on the cusp of forcing everyone employees to get the vax or get tested every 3 days. That sounds a bit... I thought you guys had a number of, the Bill of Rights and human rights and a whole lot of other things. Have you contacted anybody? Have you heard about whether people have contacted the union or contacted state representatives or anyone to complain about some of this sort of heavy-handed things? Or look, I don't know enough about the states. There are so many different parts, and I hear different stories all the time, so it's really hard to comment on that sort of, the political dynamics and, policy and all that. I don't know enough about legislation that's being or discussed or debated at this point to make really good comments. But all I can say is do investigate those other pathways, whether they're political through different organisations or industrial organisations that may represent those sectors, and find out more of what options may be. Yeah, look, it's a lot of people are in the same situation, So Ben, Parlis, a lot of people are in the same situation. I mean, I'm in the same situation, many others. So we're all basically waiting for the damn thing to come out, just in case we get the sort of, at most, in my sort of case, I may be able to sort of, that's why I'm trying to get this, my office ready so I can shift over here for 3 days. And if any issue comes up, I'm just going to say I'll stay at home. I'll work from home. I'm all set up. So, and then they'll leave me alone. I'm not an issue for them. So that's what I'm trying to do. But not everybody's got that luxury or the capacity to do that. That's the problem. Yep. Now it reminds me, tomorrow I have to test my connection back to the office. I left my computer running, so make sure that everything's working properly. So that's another thing that I need to sort out. But I know. Look, a lot of people are in the same situation and just basically. I mean, my partner Mira, who's in Bali at the moment, and she can't get anywhere, or I can't get to her or any. And even though she had COVID, and I said, why don't you tell them to contact your doctor? I mean, you don't need the vax. They forced her to take the vax whether she wanted to or not. They've actually passed legislation, and sort of areas like Bali were, because of tourism, they're trying to get it going again. Anybody on the island had to, and so she was forced, and she was absolutely sick as a dog, worse than she felt when she had COVID. And I got her to basically go and get some more vitamin D because, she goes, oh, what should I spend this money? And I said, well, do you want to basically feel so lousy? Go and get it sorted out. So put the pressure on her, and she went, and then she felt better. But yeah, she's a bit like that sometimes. Won't spend money until it's basically too bloody late, and she needs to do something about it. And she doesn't spend enough time. She avoids the sun. She literally, when I'm over there, she's got the umbrella going, and I'm going, this is ridiculous. Do you realise that? I go to her, yes, they're white, dark skin and white skin, this sort of mentality that exists in Southeast Asia. What can one say? Anyway, Stratos, good to see you, mate. And, yes, we've discussed that quite a bit. If you really had to go for Johnson & Johnson 1, it's more traditional vax. My husband took that one. He does have diabetes, managing with diet. As long as you've got good vitamin D status, I'm sure. And also, I usually say to people, take a low dose aspirin, even though I'm not recommending, because I don't take, I used to take, but I've stopped taking for years because there are side effects with aspirin. And I've said to people, for this period, at least the first week, you don't have to take it. So once you get the jab, the first week, no. But then the second, third, fourth, and fifth week, for a month, you take a low dose aspirin, just in case you've got some genetics which predispose you to some clotting. That's the key take home here, because by that stage, if you're maintaining a good immune system with vitamin D, the body should have cleared the viral vector and the spikes out of the system by that stage, all the foreign proteins, and you should have acquired, as a consequence of that, eventually you'll acquire sort of that adaptive immunity. So yeah, that's all you can do really in that regard. And it's if you want to take it next level, you can throw in ivermectin and lactoferrin as well to support both the immune system and to suppress the capacity of these things to have a sort of a suppressive effect on the immune system. The ivermectin is critical for people who actually get COVID. That is a really critical one, because the virus itself tries to suppress interferon, and by doing that, it tries to weaken the response of the innate immune system to respond to the virus. So you need to basically prevent it from doing that, and also in that way achieving higher replication levels. So it creates less of a viral load in the system, and it gives the immune system sufficient time to respond. So that's a bit of a sidetrack on my part, but just a reminder of things like that. In some countries, it's easier to access some of these things. In some countries, it's not. I understand. I'm sympathetic. If you do have connections and people that are living in parts of the world like in South America or certain parts of the world where the accessibility of these things are available. If you're in Scandinavia, sometimes you can actually, I'm not sure which Baltic states actually, somebody mentioned that there was a Baltic state that actually, I'm not sure whether it's Estonia, that you can actually access it from a pharmacy. I'm not sure. Somebody somewhere said that in one of those places you could actually access it. I just can't remember exactly, but you need to Google and try and find out in that regard. I was expecting you to say there was no science. No, there's plenty of science and plenty of research work in this area with a lot of things. You'll be surprised. You'll be shocked in the amount of research that's actually being generated in this area. And it's quite useful. It gives a lot of insights in what's happening in that regard. My concern isn't that there isn't enough science. There's enough science about it, and we know some of the similar viral sequences that have come from the pangolin, from the bats, and stuff like that. We have a lot of that information, so that's not the real issue here. And those pangolin, Malaysian, So anyway, but the issue isn't really that. The issue is basically our response, and our response has been problematic. It hasn't been guided by the best epidemiological data in terms of, you know, determining how severe this problem is. It was really poorly done, and the British researchers that started this, it's a bit like the climate gate type things. They will call this COVID gate, and they seem to originate in London for some damn reason. I think they've got this sort of. They used to be the top dog on the world. Now the US is, and they seem to always need to prove themselves as we're still relevant, and jump the gun and create these fiascos, I would say, by jumping the gun, because it's really created a mess around the world, and it's put communities fighting each other for no good reason. So, yes, it's a big problem, to say the least, in that regard. So, not damn happy in that regard. So I'm going to just cruise a bit through here, because there's a lot of questions that a lot of people have asked, similar ones, so that I've already covered. But I'll just put them quickly on, but I'll be just cruising through. No disrespect for you guys, it's just basically to not try and actually make it too long, because I want to cover a number of things, but I don't want to basically... That test was improved. It's more sensitive. I don't have to scrap my DNA on the swab. Yeah. They have improved it, and also when I had mine, they weren't jamming it right up my nose or anything like that. They've worked even out some of the procedures. They are getting better at it now than what in the early days. In the early days, it was pretty much. There was a lot of, it was just lack of knowledge, ignorance. They are getting better at it. Let's put it that way. But still, there are a lot of question marks on some of the previous earlier stuff and how well the testing was. And there are still some problems with some labs around the world, including Australia and a few other places. Many in my family have contracted the virus immediately after the second dose. Look, you can actually still, as I said, you can still contract it. Until it takes a while to get, the adaptive immunity. It doesn't happen immediately. And this is where the problem lies, where I think that some people they haven't actually acquired, they've had the jabs, they haven't actually yet acquired an adaptive immunity, which can take a while, and then they get the COVID at the same time. So they've still got, because they've got a low vitamin D status potentially, they've still got basically something replicating spikes. Then you've got the virus coming in, replicating the entire virus, and then you've got far more things reacting in the body and causing an immune response, and that can actually make things worse. So and at the end of the day, you can still get COVID after you've actually had an adaptive immunity, because like the flu or any other coronavirus, you can still get it. The difference is if you've got some level of immunity, you'll generate antibodies and you'll clear it out. That's the whole purpose. You can't basically prevent yourself from not getting something. The whole purpose of the vaccines is to basically acquire a certain adaptive immunity to protect yourself. So I know a lot of people say, well, if you take the vaccine, you'll never catch it. Complete and utter bonkers. That's garbage. You'll get it, and if you've got an adaptive immune response capacity, you will respond with antibodies. Simple as that. But if you don't, it could be a bit more, let's say, harrowing experience in that regard. So I always say to people, that you don't know what you may get, you don't know what may happen. So it's always best to have a well-regulated immune system with vitamin D than anything else. My first video on COVID, which was done now, it's quite a while. I can't remember how many months ago. It's well over a year, but exactly how many months I can't remember. The first thing that I actually said is a respiratory infection. It's a coronavirus. So a respiratory infection, vitamin D is the most important thing. I've, pretty much, when it comes to respiratory infections, coronaviruses, I always recommend vitamin D. Because I know how these work, how they attach themselves, how they get into the lungs, and how they affect the lungs. And I know that the only fat-soluble vitamin that has the greatest role when it comes to regulating enzymes in the lungs and the immune system is vitamin D. So why the hell wouldn't I be recommending it? I just couldn't understand why other people weren't pointing this out. It's a very cheap and effective solution. So we probably wouldn't have even got to these lockdowns and all that. Can you imagine if the government just said, we're going to give everybody vitamin D? No lockdowns, no nothing. G'day, Dave. Good to see you, mate. We've already covered that one. Don't mind the PCR test. It's the cost that makes my eyes water. Ah, yes. Very profitable product. All I can say is I wish I was aware of how profitable it would have been. I would have invested some money early on to make a bit of a quid. So missed that boat. I don't know Harry hates talking about exact dosages, but any recommendation? Yeah, I did. Well, with the shots, 10,000 I use and 3 shots. So you get COVID, you take 10,000 I use right after, then you skip a day, then the next day you take another 10,000 IUs, and then you skip 2 days, then you take a third 10,000 IUs, which is the 25 OHD. So it's the stored version, which then your kidneys can activate. But that's the one, because it usually takes a number of days with high doses. You can do it with high doses if you've got a good status of vitamin D, and then you literally go up to like 50,000 or 100,000 IUs for 1 or 2 days. You can basically really push those levels up eventually in a couple of days, and by third, fourth day, you should get enough vitamin D in the system to basically help the immune system in those early stages. But generally, if you maintain a good vitamin D level, you should basically do pretty well. Generally, it's only people that have got maybe some underlying things that may need a bit higher doses is when they become infected in that regard, just to be on the sort of safe side in that regard. If a company's required you to test that often, they pay for it. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Yeah, definitely do not basically pay for it. Definitely not. They want to know, they can cough up the money, in that regard. G'day, Fluffy Rainbows. How are you? I was wondering what's happened within people with long COVID. It seems to be in some form of a metabolic trap with impaired energy production. Any hypothesis? We don't know enough at this stage. There's a few speculations out there and stuff like that. What it seems to be is what you're getting is with long COVID is you're getting a lot of tissue that's damaged all over the place, and you're getting far more cytokines being produced because of more senescence that is being generated, and that seems to also have an effect on some of the level of cytokines actually damaging some of the mitochondria, but even there, we're not really sure whether it's direct or indirect consequences of oxidative stress that is causing it. There's a lot of question marks. We have no research. It's more likely a consequence of oxidative stress due to this sort of systemic, and it's usually you're going to get more damaged tissue in systemically around the body due to basically a low vitamin D status. So your immune system isn't well regulated and overreacts with too many cytokines, part of the cytokine storm. It doesn't kill you, but it creates a lot of damaged tissue around the place. And that damaged tissue goes senescent, which actually, I've talked about this before, senescent cells generate themselves quite a bit of cytokines and damage neighboring tissue as well. So you can cause more systemic damage, which reduces the effective functioning of those cells and the organelles inside them, the mitochondria, because of the high amount of reactive oxygen species that are generated as a consequence of the cytokine effects. And it seems that these are compromising some of the energy production within the system. Now, there's a number of approaches to basically reduce some of this reactivity and clean some of this up. That is using ivermectin, using vitamin D, using lactoferrin, probably even using some senolytics at some stage as well, to try and remove some of the senescent sort of stuff. There's also I haven't actually seen any research at the moment on metabolic water, like deuterium depleted water. It should have a positive. It should have a positive effect as well, but I'm not sure, because this isn't a deuterium induced damage. It is a reactive oxygen species damage. So maybe not. Not sure. I've got a question mark on that for myself. Initially, I thought about it, and then I thought, it's a Ross effect. It's not really deuterium effect. It's not like the body's, because of the rate limiting effect, not enough enzymes to basically cleave off the deuterium isotopes, those heavy hydrogen ions. So I'm going, unlikely. But then again, we don't know enough about this sort of its early stages. But from what I've seen, and I've, some blogs, and I've sort of interacted with a couple of medicos and other people that are basically in this space, it seems like things like lactoferrin, ivermectin, vitamin D and all that seem to help improve for these people. But they're still working on all of these factors. It's still, there's a lot of question marks. I think we still need time. It's going to take probably 1 or 2 years to see, are these therapies really improving things for these people, or have these people sustained quite a bit of damage, which is going to take longer to heal? That I don't know, and none of us know at this stage. So we're in the early stages of these sort of long COVID syndrome effects, but none of us really can say, there's no research. So it's not even recognized by many people in the medical fraternity at this stage, or the officialdom. The sort of approach is, some people have had some side effects and they'll eventually get over them sort of attitude that's out there at the moment. And there's only some physicians that have noticed that, no, this is a real, there is a lot of systemic inflammation around the body. We're seeing high levels of C-reactive protein and many other inflammatory biomarkers when we test these people, like MDA and other things like that. And they're going, we think there's a problem here. And so they've actually developed a protocol of using some of these substances that I mentioned, and seem to see improvements. So that's all we've got at the moment. Some use vitamin C, some don't, or use very low amounts, or use very high amounts. It very varies with vitamin C. That maybe if somebody's a carb eater, it may have more of a benefit than anything else. There are some people that are actually recommending, and it makes sort of sense because somebody who's got high insulin is not going to really generate much glutathione intracellular, our intracellular antioxidants. So supplementing with glutathione maybe is an option that some people are considering as well. Others are actually talking about R-alpha lipoic acid. I tend to basically think that R-alpha lipoic acid is a real good one. It actually can recycle as well glutathione. Plus, it is a master electron donor for liver disease or liver fibrosis and stuff like that. I usually recommend it in combination with taurine. So I would say for flood your body with alpha lipoic acid would be probably a good idea to basically electron donor to all these tissues that have been damaged by this high level of inflammation that's been generated as part of long COVID. I suspect that would help quite a bit because at the end of the day, earthing yourself again, that will also help. So there's a number of things, and that's cheap. That's pretty practically free. Yes. But as I said, with all these things, we're still... There's no research. It's all anecdotes at the moment, guys. It's all anecdotes. Even the stuff that a lot of the stuff, and I have to be completely candid with you guys. I mean, it's anecdotes, but when I use anecdotes, I talk about the most plausible things. I mean, I suspect that's the test, $60. Good, if you're going to do a couple of those every couple of months, that would be quite a bit. Sort of. The AstraZeneca actually uses... What they've done is they've taken adenovirus from chimps. They've removed the actual genetic code. They've inserted mRNA, the genetic code, to basically of the spike, and then that actually infects the cell. And because we don't have immunity to this adenovirus from the chimps, we do have immunity against the human form. That's what Sputnik is using, or a variation of that. And I think that may also have issues, but that's for a whole lot of other reasons. It may be immunological effects that some people have noticed because, as I've shown, there's a lot of issues in terms of kids dying very young from the human form of this adenovirus. So there's plenty of stuff in the literature. It's about 275 studies from memory that I showed you guys ages ago. So that's sort of a thing. But when it comes to AstraZeneca, it basically will infect the cell like any other virus will, and then will pass on the COVID to basically 19. It's mRNA sort of transcription, genetic code, which will go in there and basically use your replication methods to transcript a whole lot of spikes. Where the other one, which is the Pfizer one, is basically in a lipid nanoparticle, and that has the machinery inside. Again, the same sort of thing, and goes in. Now, they actually call it the AstraZeneca a DNA type viral vector because it's got the code to basically then create the mRNA type transcription. So it's sort of got more of the genetic code of the actual virus inside to generate, but coded in such a way just for that DNA to interact with our replication methods, just to basically send out from the virus that sort of messenger RNA to get it to create the spike. So slightly different method, where the other ones just has the Pfizer just has the mRNA component to just, once it gets in the cell, to interact with this same mechanism to generate a whole lot of spikes. So it's slightly different. One is like I'm infecting you with an adenovirus to get it inside the cell, and the other one is basically I'm using a lipid nanoparticle, which the body thinks, oh, it's just a bit of fat coming in, let it come through. And that's how it gets it avoids being taken out by the immune system very early, so it can get in and generate a whole lot of spikes. That's in the most simplistic way I can actually explain it, without becoming too complicated in that regard. And that's AstraZeneca similar? Yes, it is. It is, but it's slightly different in terms of some of the genetics, or the way it's actually been, some of the genetic code that's incorporated, and I think that's where some of those proteins are problematic for some people with certain genetics, neurological ones, because proteins are slightly folded differently. Some can be slightly, and they can have different interactions with other proteins in the body. So how is it happening? We haven't done the studies, and I don't know whether they have, or they're looking into it in order to basically, when they come out with a new version, they can eliminate that problem. So yeah, I don't really know where they're at, because they haven't actually published anything, and they haven't provided any information additional either to the FDA. So really, that I can look at and say, yep, I know what's happening now, but I don't. None of us do, until they basically provide that information, that additional information. We don't really know what protein components or genetic components inside their preparation is having this effect, or interacting, or with, you know, those genes within the body. So don't really know at this stage. So there's some speculations out there, but I've heard them, and I'm not going to repeat them, because my personal opinion is, unless we've really got something, it's all speculation at this stage. So I'm surprised that the FDA hasn't actually put pressure on them to provide additional data, and then at least we'll be able to see something out there. So just quickly, in terms of the vitamin D, we're talking about your immune system has basically got a whole lot of receptors, which you're well aware of, and basically vitamin D can actually be placed, the active form can be placed in a number of those sites, those receptor sites, so all enzymes and all basically components like macrophages and stuff like that, they've got receptor sites, and so they can take in cofactors, and then they work properly. Those proteins work properly, and that's why you need micronutrients to basically get them to work properly in a certain way. And they vary. There are other, it's not only vitamin D, there are other cofactors that these enzymes and these little machines, the macrophages and all the other components of the T cells and killer cells, all the different components require different varying cofactors as well. And they are able then to be properly regulated, so they work in a specific way within the body. If on the other hand, in particular macrophage can generate a lot of cytokines and overreact, and so cause a lot of tissue damage. So it's just like If you think about it, if you don't have, you know, somebody sitting on top of the actual macrophage literally controlling it, it can blurt out shitloads of damaging material like a machine gun firing like mad. Where with vitamin D there, it's actually controlling it and saying, well, fire there, fire in that in that direction, so you're not actually damaging a lot of tissue. Even under vitamin D control, you will get some, but you won't get severe, and that's the critical difference. There's the immune system it's not a precision tool, but if it's well regulated, it doesn't do too much damage. And the smaller amount of damage that does get done can be sorted out, but can be cleaned up by a whole lot of those enzymes that actually turn over tissue and repair tissue. But if you create too much too many cytokines and creating too much damage, then that's what an uncontrolled immune system. So that's in the most simplistic way. And supplement levels, I usually recommend about 5,000 IUs. I usually take 10. And the reason why I recommend that amount is because I at least know that I'm taking sufficient retinol, 5,000 to 6,000 IUs, and pretty much balancing things pretty well. But a lot of other people, I don't know what their status is in terms of retinol, MK4 and stuff like that. And so I go for this amount, which still can provide good levels of vitamin D protection, but it's not going to basically potentially have a depleting effect if they've got a low retinol status, as an example, or they've got basically some underlying liver issues, and that can be an issue. I'm giving a general sort of recommendation. I'm not giving a specific one. For each person, I would have to know a lot of details about them, what their state of their liver is, retinol storage capacity, which is quite big. If you've got a healthy liver, you can store shitloads. There is no, you could never really get a whole lot of, toxicity levels or anything like that. It's only a problem when you've got fibrotic tissue and damaged, where you may get a lot of stuff not being able to be stored and a lot of stuff in the bloodstream too much. At the end of the day, even free vitamin D, you only get about 3%. The rest of it gets stored. So these are always considerations of mine. I don't know with the people that I'm dealing with, Stefan. I don't know what their state is. I'm somebody on YouTube. I'm not basically somebody's physician. I'm not somebody who's testing them or getting them to test and come back to me and all that to be able to advise higher doses. So I stick to doses that I know are fairly safe for most people, without, it's a precautionary principle. That's what I'm applying in that regard. But I usually say to people, well, you probably could go higher to 10,000 in the middle of a winter period. You will basically, I know a lot of people that get to those levels of 10,000 IUs through winter and some of them don't even get a sniffle. So I know it works in that regard, but they've got a good MK4 and a good retinol status as well. But I don't know what other people out there, and I can't recommend things that could potentially create some negative effects in those people. And then what happens is those people are not going to basically go and do the checks. They're not going to check themselves. They're not going to that. They'll just turn around and say, oh, I took too much vitamin D. It's Harry's fault. So, nobody takes responsibility for themselves or checks or finds out where their status is or appropriately designs their diet and stuff like that. So you've got to give something which puts them in the safe zone. And if they want to go higher, then you say, well, you need to check all these other things and eat species appropriately and do a whole lot of things in the appropriate manner. And then, as long as you're getting, as I say, sun, salt, and meat in the right ancestral proportions, you're going to be fine. But not everybody does that, and that's the problem. So I have to stick to recommending things that are, for a more wider public, in a sense, that don't really cover all those things. Hi there. Is there a link between taking statins and vitamin D levels? Yes, you do need cholesterol. Very important. So in that process. So yes, statins can be a problem. Statins are mitochondrial poison as far as I'm concerned. Between your complexes, I'll just, without getting too technical, between complex 1 and complex 3, there is CoA there, and that requires, basically, it's like a donkey between the complexes that carries electrons, helps the movement of those electrons in the electron chain. That's one way of calling it. Yeah, donkey. Yeah, exactly. Even NAD plays that sort of role. But I'll use it for that as an analogy. And it requires coenzyme Q10. And where basically the production of cholesterol statins actually block, slightly further below that is in that enzymatic pathway is where coenzyme Q10 is also produced. So when you inhibit, because you don't actually shut down cholesterol production completely, even with statins, you inhibit it. You're also inhibiting coenzyme Q10 production. And as a consequence, you're going to have far less. And that will affect the performance of the mitochondria and your energy production, ultimately. So, yes, statins are a big problem. And they're a big problem in terms of sufficient cholesterol, which you need to repair tissue, required by your immune system, and to produce actually vitamin D as well. So, and unfortunately, too many people are taking these poisons nowadays for the wrong reasons. Even the Framingham studies showed quite clearly after 30 years, and that's in a general population. Those who had high cholesterol, 93% were still alive. Those who had low cholesterol, only 73% were still alive. I know which group I'd like to be part of. And these are people on similar diets, the general public, the average people out there. So, yes, it is epidemiology. It's long-term observational, but it is not retrospective, but prospective, because they had baselines when they started on people's cholesterol levels. So these are quite clear. The higher it is, the problem with cholesterol is it's only a problem when it gets oxidized. Well, the lipoproteins, to be more precise, the carrier vehicles, and damaged and glycated, and seed oils that are esterified with cholesterol, that sort of stuff, that are highly reactive. And there are aldehydes involved that are damaging those bilayers of the membranes of those lipoproteins as well. And they're changing the pericellular sort of negative charge, which means that, see, in your arteries, you're supposed to, like your veins, you've got a positive and this sort of moves things around. And in your arteries, you have to have a negative charge, so things don't stick together, so to speak. So the outer layer, and also your endothelium, the glycocalyx, they are sulfonated, and that sulfur can actually has a negative charge. And that's why sulfur amino acids are so important, and animal foods are so critical, because they furnish the body with enough sulfur amino acids to create that negative charge, so things don't stick together. Red blood cells don't stick together. All these things don't stick together. Things that actually change and alter the outer perimeter of that is basically stickiness, or glycating factors like sugar that basically have a positive charge and actually increase the stickiness. That's a problem. So, yes. Anyway, I detract from the COVID stuff, so I better get back on that. My brother had 2 false negatives after living with his wife and son. Both had COVID back 6 months ago. All were sick to some degree. Yeah, look, the tests back then weren't as good as today. They have improved, and people are getting better results, but at the same time, there are still a number of problems with them. They're not perfect in that regard. So, Harry, how much time would you give for taking vitamin D and getting your vitamin D levels tested? I would basically, for a month, take fairly high doses, like 10,000 IUs a day, and then I would get myself checked just to see where I'm at. And I would also do a test before I started to get a baseline, so I know where I'm at and what sort of result. And then I can see that basically where I'm at and how much do I need, because you're going to have different varying levels, for the simple fact that I don't, anything between 5 and 10,000 IUs isn't going to be a problem. Isn't going to be a big problem. If you get it out in the sun, you will generate anywhere between 10 to 20,000 IUs. So when people tell me going over 20,000 IUs, that's when I usually say no. But 20 and below, so 5 to 20, I'm quite comfortable with. But there is the proviso that it's not the same as basically generating from the sun vitamin D. That gets into the system much slower. So there are rate limiting enzymes that actually control at what rate it actually gets, converted in the skin and then gets absorbed slower. And then where with a tablet, you're taking it in rapidly. It's you're getting it in the bloodstream a hell of a lot faster. And you've got to have more free vitamin D. So do you need to be that high? Probably not. But there are cases where you do, where I actually recommend supplementation against not the sun as a source. And that could be with people that have got cell proliferation issues, where I want higher amounts because they have been deficient for a very long time. They may have a prostate cancer or, breast cancer or something like that. And the cell proliferation, the enzymes that regulate that in those tissues are very much vitamin D dependent. And under those circumstances, I would say to those people, go to 10,000 or even 20,000 IUs. I want to flood the system so I can get as much free vitamin D into those areas, and then the body can take the rest and store it. So that's a sort of effect, because other parts of even the periphery can convert some as well. So it's not, yes, there are the major organs that do the bulk of it, but there is a bit in the periphery as well. So it's, but those are different circumstances. Getting back to COVID and stuff like that, I would say still get some testing, find out where you are, your levels. If they're very high, you're probably 5,000 is fine through the winter period. You guys are now, in Ohio, I don't know what it's, how, enough about the locality in terms of sun exposure time and stuff like that. Usually the local authorities should have on their website exactly what the intensity of the UVB is and the times of the day. So you can actually then go, I can pick those days and go out and actually, expose my body for, half an hour and get minimum at least 10,000 IUs from the sun. So if you've got a fair skin like you have, so that's the sort of stuff. Well, I pay for it. I wouldn't if it's available for free from the sun. But if you're in winter, that's a different story. That's when I usually have more. I recommend people test, in particular when they're actually noticing I'm getting a few sniffles here and there now and then. That tells me immediately your vitamin D status isn't as high as you think. If you're carrying more fat cells, you're overweight slightly, even mildly overweight. Some people can, tend to basically require slightly higher, rather than taking, 5,000 IUs, they may need to take 20,000 IUs as an example to get their levels up, their 25 OHD, their stored levels. It depends. Some people even higher. I mean, like morbidly obese, like hundreds of thousands, to get eventually their vitamin D levels up. So it can vary between people. And the other thing is, when they do go on a diet and they start losing weight, I usually recommend that they avoid, like the plague, a lot of fat-soluble vitamins, because they'll be releasing absolutely bucket loads into their bloodstream. So they don't need to be consuming those foods which are rich in fat-soluble vitamins. I'll be getting a hell of a lot. They may at most require to supplement MK4. That's about it under those circumstances for those people. So it varies. There are so many variations, and as I say, I don't give specific recommendations to anyone unless I know their background history, their actual what their state is, where are they, and I will ask them to go and do a couple of different tests so I know exactly where they're at. It's a really hard thing to do, so I usually recommend people test in the winter months, at the early part of winter, then take a certain dose, and at the middle part of winter, test and go, how has that worked in my body? Have my levels declined? If they've actually declined, it means you need more. If they've stayed at a similar level, then that's enough. You may be lean enough not to be, to be able to use it without storing too much in your fat cells. So it varies. And a lot of us have, let's say, a tendency when we look ourselves in the mirror to not accurately determine exactly what those fat cells are in terms of size. And then there's the other side of things. We shouldn't forget the TOFI type. Fat on, thin on the outside, fat on the inside. So there's that other factor as well, and that a lot of these people can have far more visceral fat and all that, and that can be another element in the mix. So yeah, I usually need to know more before I start recommending anything. So that's why I stick to that safe level. And then I say, well, test and make adjustments is the safest way to go. Neighbour had a PCR test done 3 times within a week. She had 1 positive and 2 negative results. I told her she needs to best out of 10 tally to be sure. Look, there's the other part. There's the other factor. How do you feel? If you've basically she has had 2 and 1 negative, 2 negative and 1 positive, and she doesn't feel like she feels okay, probably that 1 positive was just wrong, So, and it actually depends which lab it goes to, because some labs are better than others. That's the other problem. It's not only the test, it's also the labs that are actually doing the actual the work. What's the quality of the equipment? are they following the correct procedure? There's so many variables with these. Where exactly are these negative, positive effects coming from? So there's a lot of factors. So in that regard, that was the one that was I think the first one that they actually let me just check. Uh, yeah. So when was that? Doesn't really say much. This is the Cleveland Clinic one. No. Yes. I mean, basically, they test the presence of the actual virus genetic material or its fragments as it breaks down. It's the most reliable and accurate test for detecting active infection, is what they say. Then there's the antigen test and then the antibody test. But, the antigen one is sort of like the rapid test in that regard. But, yeah, they don't really say exactly. Yeah. They don't really say much about it. I think it was the first one that they used, which is they don't actually show anything. It's the swab one. I actually did the PCR one down in here. It's the swab, the one that they put in your mouth and they put in your nose and stuff like that. It's the that one. But it's basically just looking for viral material. That's what they're looking for, and that's where the problems with the labs and all that. And, the other ones are the 15-minute and 30-minute. I couldn't remember exactly. They are 15 and 30-minute, the antigen ones. So, and that's, the sort of on the virus surface, sort of those proteins which they're looking for. And then obviously the antibody ones, we all understand. It's when the immune system, the adaptive, produces antibodies, and basically we can detect those with a certain test. But once basically the immune system sort of goes into sort of clears out the antibodies because it doesn't need any more, it's cleared out the virus, then you have to basically go and do what I discussed last time, which was basically the I'll put this in just so if anybody wants to look at it. This is the Cleveland Clinic one. But it doesn't, none of them really tell much about it. But I'll put it in there, whoever wants to read it. Go to your heart's content. Oh, go away. Damn menu thing. But yeah, it's the swab one. It's the one that was used from the beginning, but I cannot remember when it came out. If anybody can remember when it came out, the test, I just can't remember. Because it came out in different times, I think, in different countries. Obviously came out in the US first, and you are in the US, so, but I can't remember when it actually came out at all. Raymond, good to see you, mate. I'll put that up again. Thanks, mate. Wacky Toaster. Ah, mate. Harry, it is finally time to talk about Marek's disease. No, it's not. Do you think we could see something like that with COVID? We're not going there. Somebody else wanted me to talk about what was it, measles? Did they actually read the? It's the COVID Q&A. Ask anything about COVID, not nothing else. I asked my doctor, last appointment vitamin D shot at my last blood panel showed I was low. Yes, try and get it up. Very important. And the quickest way is, actually with shots, with injections. That's the quickest way. And in this sort of environment with the current Delta strain, if you're low, look, my vitamin D is fine, but if you're low, let me put it this way. If it's also within your affordable, and how important is your health and stuff like that, there are costs involved. So I'm cognizant of that. I'm not going to basically say you must or anything like that, but you could take high doses for a week or so, and then eventually like 50,000 IUs for a week, and then come back down to the sort of that lot, and you'll flood your system with enough for your body to eventually convert some and increase your 25-OHD3 stores. Do the mRNA vaccines prevent transmission, or simply making the recipient asymptomatic? It's more, the whole design of vaccines is really to basically provide a person with adaptive immunity ultimately. So you can actually generate antibodies against the virus once you contract it. You still can contract the virus, but whether you get the virus or you take a vaccine, you get the effect is that basically if you survive the virus, and you will end up with certain antibodies that your body can generate. That's the whole purpose of the whole idea, and that's for traditional vaccines, not only these. Problem is, as I've said earlier, with mRNAs and viral vector ones, which is what AstraZeneca is, which they use a virus like an adenovirus as a vector, as a way to get the material in the genetic code to inside the cell to infect the cell with the adenovirus, and then use the viral code that allows the production to actually provide the instructions to, so you basically can provide, because without those instructions, ribosomes can't generate a whole lot. I won't go into the biochemistry, but the machinery inside, the little nano machines inside your cells that actually create all the enzymes and able to produce a lot of, they use code. It's called transcription, but they use code to basically, and that's what these vectors do. They move that stuff in. They use the cell's machinery to basically say, well, here's the code, run this code. So think of it like a little machine, like a computer. You throw in a bit of code and it'll actually generate something. Well, that's what you're doing inside your cell. You've got a little bit of machinery that can generate all these proteins and all that, and that's what you're doing. You're just telling it to create this specific protein, which is a spike. So it could be some other type of protein. It could be basically an enzyme or whatever, any other little micro machinery, or the spike in a sense. So just think of it as a little system inside your cell that can produce different types of protein, little machines and stuff like that. Well, this whole method is it's hijacking this system to basically then generate a whole lot of spikes. So then your immune system will respond to it in a sense. but it's systemic and it create too much reactivity in certain people, a lot of complications. So we provide you prefer using a more traditional approach, which is something like the Novavax, which is a localized effect. So, and you'll feel the pain localized. So always get injected when you use a traditional vax. On the arm, you're not going to be using all day to move a mouse or write or whatever. Usually that one for me, because I use this one primarily, my right hand, which is I use basically. Yep. Yes, some of us have to be archaic. So still, how likely at this stage that you would have had no exposure to the virus? Very hard to say. It will vary from country to country. Very hard to say. And it's not only, and which variant have you been exposed to? So it really is a matter of differences between countries. So in some countries, the likelihood is probably going to be very high. In other countries where they've had a lot of lockdowns, not as high. So it really depends. But then again, in some parts of the world, it can run, but there could be a good vitamin D level. Like in Scandinavia, they didn't see the same big, but that population is well known in Sweden, for instance, to maintain good vitamin D levels. They take supplements. They just, it's a cultural thing because they're in a cold climate. They've just culturally learned to, because in the past they would eat fish and cod liver and things like salmon and things like that. Nowadays, they just supplement. The people that were dying in large amounts were the immigrant populations from Africa. They were the majority of people that were dying. And that's quite clearly because they were vitamin D deficient and they didn't have a tradition of taking vitamin D supplementation. So that was a clear mark. There's a sort of a clear exposure to a virus, and one group has much lower mortality and the other group has massive overrepresentation simply because of vitamin D status. That was, that's a slam dunk for me anyway. And then the clinical studies that they did in Spain with high doses, then Mira, my partner, taking high doses when she got COVID. As far as I'm concerned, it's quite clear that vitamin D is the big player. And what level of exposure is very hard to say between countries. Because you don't know. See, when we had an exposure in the initial stages in Australia, before we had actual lockdowns and all that, it was summer. So our vitamin D levels weren't that low. So it may have gone through a number of parts of the population. And, what we're noticing now is sort of the sort of people flying back and bringing the Delta strain. The Delta variant. But it varies between countries quite a bit, and between even states within a country if they're a federation. So it's not very clear. I did show earlier, and I did post earlier still, the Australian Bureau of Statistics and the deaths and stuff like that, and that's quite interesting. It sort of shows quite clear seasonal stuff. So I suspect, especially this variant, is probably getting around quite a bit in that regard. But it's I couldn't really tell you exactly. If my work demands I get the vax, I don't want, I will go to my union. Yep, HR demand vitamin D shots prior. Yep. Um, yeah, it's a hard one, and I would definitely also take aspirin, low dose aspirin. It's a really hard thing. I'm at a distance. I can only give people information, but I can't really tell you what you do is your business. Once you do it, I can give you some information. I would actually supplement also lactoferrin, and I would also, if I could get my hands on our ivermectin, I'd be using that as well in that regard. And the lactoferrin one, look, when I do my video, the one that's coming up, I will actually include links and all that information because there's a Q&A now. I'm not going to search for it. And the lactoferrin that I've used in the past, I've actually shown you guys on other live streams. So that would be part of that additional information, so you know what resources you can use to effectively, sort of respond in that way. If I have no symptoms of COVID-19, doesn't that mean my immune system is working per evolutionary design, containing any pathogen? And if so, how could I infect anyone? It still infect people, but if they have good vitamin D status and all that, the immune system will respond well. And some people will be slightly symptomatic, some people will be not at all. So it varies due to genetics. But so I go through like the year, and other people are coughing and sneezing all over the place. At work, I've had a guy that's been in there for a couple of days and been sneezing and coughing around me. You don't see me sick because I've got good vitamin D levels. So everybody else, actually, there's a few people that actually were missing that were actually even further away from that person than I was, because he's just about a couple of, quite close to where our cubicles are our sort of desks are very close. And I was in the tea room with him. So, where others did, and they were quite sickly. So, yes, there can be substantial differences. Doesn't mean I don't contract it. It just means my immune system can deal with it. That's the only difference. Now, it's probably, obviously, the one that's been, it's probably just because he went and got himself tested. So it was just basically common cold, stuff like that, because the common cold is also a coronavirus and gets around. So, and there are different strains of it. So it does the rounds every year and mutates quite a bit. So it always comes up with a new package of one sort or another. That's not a bad plan with vitamin D shots. Yep, exactly. Eat oysters for zinc. Yep. Just be very careful with oysters. In some part of the world, there are contamination of crustaceans. So keep that in mind. Make sure you know your sourcing. Plenty of zinc in red meat as well. So, and other animal foods. Yep. Yeah, you need to contact the organisation you're a member of and find out what your rights are and stuff like that, and whether there's any I don't know what legislation or what local ordinances the local authorities may have issued, and in terms of legal standing of those ordinances. So in some jurisdictions, an ordinance of a local authority has a certain legal standing. In some jurisdictions has a lower legal standing. So you need to find out about those sort of things again as well. So ask the proper questions in regards to that to know exactly where you stand legally, pretty much, which is a very important thing in that regard. Vaccinations coupled with infection prevention measures driving rapid evolutionary response. All viruses might evolve. All especially viruses, bacteria, protozoa, all microorganisms actually evolve faster than many other more complex organisms like us. So they're constantly, rapidly evolving, and it's irrelevant whether vaccines or no vaccines or in any population, they're constantly evolving. I mean, bubonic plague, which is a bacterial that's evolving, and there have been outbreaks in the Inner Mongolia area and other parts. Many people don't know Ebola is also a coronavirus. Not many people knew that. My biggest nightmare is, will COVID mutate and some of the protein characteristics maybe mutate in such a way that it's similar to and binds with Ebola. Yes, so I have other concerns which are far more terrifying. Not trying to scare people, but I'm just saying that there are all sorts of mutagenic risks out there, and nothing to do with mass vaccinations. That actually happens more when it comes to basically, with the flu. The flu vaccine, like the flu vaccine, the way I see it is, you get it because it's mutating so fast. If let's say you missed it this year, the flu vax, then the next year is probably a good idea every second year. Why? Because it's mutated so much that the body no longer recognizes it as easy. So you're updating your template in terms of your antibodies, which is the way I see it and practice it myself, and tend to, with good vitamin D levels, tend to just cruise right through very, very comfortably. Thank you very much. But SARS-CoV-2 does not rapidly evolve. Nope. It is one of the slower ones in terms of its evolutionary changes compared to other coronaviruses. I think the only other, which one was here? I think the MERS may have been approximately similar in terms of mutation, how it mutated to COVID-1. COVID-1 even mutated even less. So it's the reason why it didn't actually get a lot of traction, like MERS didn't get a lot of traction, even though they were more lethal, they didn't get enough traction because they weren't evolving. And SARS-2 also has, up until the Delta strain, really, this was just a very minor evolutionary change, not a rapid. None of the SARS types are rapidly evolving. And if you've got any proof, which I know you don't because I've looked at the research, and these other people are just making statements, and Germany's full of quite a few academics that, let's say, have questionable, and some of them have got ex-Nazi affiliations, have got questionable, when it comes to their efficacy, in terms of they tend to basically over-exaggerate things in order to try and actually elevate themselves into some importance. But in reality, when you actually corner them and ask them for good research to basically substantiate their arguments, they got nothing to show. There are plenty of researchers around the world that have basically looked at SARS-CoV-2, and they pretty much agree with each other on their research and the measurements that they've made in terms of the mutations that we've seen in COVID-2, and also the changes in the proteins, the minor changes. So, nope, that's not the case. Talking about the flu, yeah, bloody all that rapidly changes. Yep, mentioned that earlier. Yeah, look, It's I've always said sun, salt, and meat has always been my sort of motto of good ancestral health. It's probably why we haven't seen, like amongst the Maasai and a number of these tribal groups, we haven't seen a lot of these problems. For the simple fact, that's what Mary had noticed as well. Far more robust at dealing with things like that. Now, there are viruses that do hit tribal populations, and I have looked into them, and those viruses are much more lethal, like Ebola and many others like that, and they do take out people, in that regard. But the sort of corona type viruses, which are respiratory type things, if you're eating well and you've got a good vitamin D status, most corona type viruses should not be this lethal or this problematic for human populations. And the only reason why we're having these problems is because we consume very little animal product nowadays, and we've got piss poor vitamin D status. And what Shell said earlier, the biggest problem is, the big elephant in the room is the vitamin D story and the animal product story, that, what I call a meat deficiency, because the important micronutrients that help and support a good, robust body and a good immune system, that combination of salt, sun, salt, and meat. But it's not being talked about. I know that, Sean Baker's talked about it as well, and about, the obesity levels and comorbidities and stuff like that. And we're not talking about those things because that's the really important things. When it comes to coronaviruses, if you've got a good functional immune system, this is not like measles. It's not like Ebola. It's not like any of this sort of stuff. It's not like these other diseases. These are respiratory types, and respiratory types need good vitamin D levels and good nutrition. And usually they're not a problem in most populations. So the reason why they are is pretty much because just walk down the road, and it's just one person after another that's obese, overweight, and with a lot of health problems. And most, when they get to middle age and above, they start accumulating what I call medicine, pharmaceuticals, and they increase until they get into sort of like their 60s and 70s. They've got a bag this big of pharmaceuticals. So yeah, it's rather than fixing up the diet and getting out in the sun, like they used to in the bygone years, where they used to wheel people out of the hospital into the open sun, open fresh air. Yes, those were the days. That doesn't happen anymore. Yes, we've looked. I've discussed that earlier. Yeah, look, exactly. Well, if you're carnivorous and all that, you will be in a much better state. So, and also I know you're taking vitamin D, which is good. You're maintaining. I mean, in the northern hemisphere now, you can just get out in the sun. I don't know what your skin complexion is. If it's darker, obviously, you may not be able to get enough because of your work forcing you to. If you're in an office work, that could be a problem. I have the same problem. It's another reason why I want to start working from home, because when I was working from home last time, I was having like midday, like 2-hour lunches. Guess what I was doing? I was walking around in the sun for 2 hours. So, and even in winter, so I was just taking 5,000 IUs, walking continuously. You can't do that in an office because it's sort of frowned on. People go, "Where's Harry? He's having a long lunch again." It's not a good look. But at home, nobody can see you as long as you clock your hours. That's all they care. So it's yeah, because your manager, as long as you're actually doing the hours, the manager doesn't bloody care if you're taking extra time off at lunch or extended lunch. It wasn't a problem. But in the office, you know what I mean, you guys. When you're with others, there's always, I don't know, envy. There's always, jealousy. There's always all these other bloody things that come up to the surface, and people make a big issue about nothing, even though you're doing your job. So that's another aspect why I want to sort of move back home for that reason. So at least I'm here for 2 to 3 days. So I'll take 3 days, and then I still got the option of going into the office. But as long as I've got the 3 days down, that's pretty good for me. And a friend of mine asked me, "Now, how are you going to do this?" And I said, "I'm going to take Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday." And he said, "Why are you doing that? Why are you taking Monday?" I said, "Have you checked? The majority of public holidays in Tasmania are on a Monday." So why would I basically, I check all those things out. Novavax is a 2-shot jab, 21 days apart. That's what they're saying. So basically have one at the beginning of the month and one towards the end of the month. So is the approach to be taken. Yeah, well, initially they actually had on, even in Australia, they had one only. And for some reason, I don't know why, the FDA changed its mind to 2, and then the Australian website updated theirs to 2, because initially they said 1, then they said possibly 2, and now they've actually said, well, I know the US have changed to 2. I'm not sure whether Australia, I should check it actually, whether Australia's changed to possibly 2 or they've updated theirs to 2 firmly. So I should check that. But yeah, look, it's based on, I think there's like governments are going, well, you just want to be certain that it works for you sort of approach. So yeah, that's what, they started with, and everybody's followed and done something similar. But I don't think there have been no trials where they've just done 1, another group that's done 2, and then compared. And the reason why they haven't done that is what they're saying is it's an ethical thing. We can't ethically, under-vaccinate someone. And that's where it's coming from. It's all this sort of woke PC stuff. Where in the past they would have done tests properly. They would have done, this intervention group gets 1, this intervention group gets 2, this control gets none, gets the placebo, gets a saline solution shot into their arm. And then we compare and look at what the results are when they're exposed, But that's how they haven't done it that way. And I don't know where the recommendation, I think it started somewhere, somebody recommended it, and it's sort of like it had quite a like political dimension, and it just took over the whole, environment. It's really just crazy how these things sort of get a life of their own. But that's what the current situation is what they're recommending. And did they do a single jab only and then look at that? Nope. Harry. Hi, Ari. G'day, Bert. If you have the jab, is there any chance of clotting issues later on when you get infected, or is it just a short? Look, technically speaking, if you get adaptive immunity and you get the virus later on, your body should clear it out before it actually can get a strong foothold in your system. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. So what are those exceptions? The exceptions are, let's say somebody has had organ transplant or had some sort of disease like AIDS or whatever, where they have to be on immunosuppressants. Those people are going to be susceptible because they're not going to basically be able to generate the certain level of immunoresponse even after they've been vaccinated and even if they were to contract COVID, survive it, even then, because they've got an immune system that's been compromised because of these immunosuppressant drugs that they're taking for whatever condition they need to take them. There are a couple of other conditions as well, not only those two, but a number of others as well. And in those cases, I usually recommend those people maintain a good vitamin D status and have in their cabinet through winter, in particular when the most vulnerable months, through winter, have ivermectin and lactoferrin to basically provide that additional support in dealing with those sort of things. But if you're a run-of-the-mill person, nope. Once you've got adaptive immunity, you should not basically get, and even if you've got the genes, the clotting genes, you're not going to get the foothold in your system that's going to basically then cause your own body to overreact, and generate a lot of clotting factors. So unlikely, very unlikely, unless it mutates quite a bit in future and you no longer have the same adaptive immunity. Considering how long it took for these minor variants to emerge, both COVID-1 and COVID-2 do not mutate much. So even after a decade or whatever, people that were getting COVID, who had contracted COVID-1 and were getting COVID-2, they were generating antibodies and being protected. So they weren't getting the effects. And that's from COVID-1, protecting them from COVID-2 because they're quite similar and they've come from similar type animal sources. They've just basically mutated. It's taken them a long time, about a decade or so, to mutate substantially to differentiate themselves to get a bit of foothold back in the human population. So that's pretty much that part of the story. So I'm not too worried about once with this disease, with this specific virus, it doesn't mutate as successfully as many others. So I'm less concerned in that regard at all. I'm more concerned about people that have got weaker immune systems for a number of different reasons. That's where my biggest concern is, that it's probably not going to be the panacea that they think. They may need to have a few other things in their cabinet just to be on the safe side in that regard. Yeah, look. Yeah, I know. What can one say? If you go from country to country, they say a whole lot of different things. So the inconsistency on this story, and it's again because everything's rushed. There's not the 5 to 7 years to really analyze things properly, to really assess things properly, to really determine things properly. And it's just reactive. A lot of these statements are reactive, not based on research. They're reactive. And so I pretty much just ignore them. I just say, well, it's just a whole lot of bureaucrats who are reacting and are being reactive, but can't base it on any proper research. So, yeah, maybe fine, but then again, I've done a video on that. T.Y. Green. You should check it on the prions. You should exactly check it. They are alpha types. They're not beta types like a mad cow's disease. They are completely normal. That's one thing that people don't realize is that all organisms, all animals in nature have prions. And the majority of those prions are beneficial. And a larger and overwhelming majority are what are called have an alpha folding. That means the way the proteins fold is in a non-pathogenic way. It's called an alpha folding. These other ones, which are beta folding, which is like the mad cow's disease, is a very different type of prion and has a very different folding method. So, as I said before, the folding method is completely fine because it actually allows it to the alpha type to attach itself much better to basically the ACE2 receptor. And it's not the only one that does that. So it's part of our evolutionary existence for a very long time. So it didn't do us much harm in the past, and it won't do us much harm now or in the future. Even our receptors basically have an affinity, so not an issue with these prions. They're fine. It's the other ones, the mad cow ones, the beta types that have a different protein folding. That are a problem, yes. But this has absolutely nothing. It's just another beat up by another number of crackpots, and I did cover that in one of my recent videos that I did. So you should go and check one of my more recent videos on the prion issue. And it actually shows you some of the information to back up those arguments. So, yes, that's just another one of those beat-ups, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, he does. He does, yeah. It's a tax break, exactly. Yeah, a lot of them, they do that sort of there's a couple in Australia that do that sort of stuff. Again, they do all these sort of woke things where good people, good citizens, it's all that good citizens. There's a couple here that do it. There's a couple of miners and a few others that do this sort of stuff. And it's all about, look at me. I'm doing all these nice, good things, handing out a bit of money, and it's a tax break. Exactly. So, yeah. I don't see anything beyond that. It's all about those sort of things. And saying, look what a good global citizen or national citizen I am. It's all about that sort of shit. So I don't read too much conspiratorial stuff in that. It's more the other stuff that Gates talks about and all that are very concerning. The post-humanist crap that he talks about that does worry me far more. These people. Yes, they think they can join the AIs and live forever. Yes, absolute crackpots. I'll tell you one thing, never going to happen. Do you think AIs we use an AI actually at work. Do you think AIs are going to become intelligent and self-aware? Nope. Anybody that believes that, do I have a deal for you? I can sell you anything. Because basically it uses discrete mathematics. And our consciousness does not work like that. Our minds actually work more like simulating things. They work more like analog computers. They are sort of more simulating things and interacting, and basically one crossing and affecting the other type simulation, very complicated simulations of the way we conceive and understand the world around us, both at a subconscious and a conscious level. But These machines work at a discrete. That means they work very differently, the way they compute reality, or the bits of reality. So it is impossible for a calculator, doesn't matter how complex the algorithm is, it will mimic so-called intelligent behavior, but it's not aware of it. It's just basically, at the end of the day, it's just running through a whole lot of computation. It's doing comparative analysis between data sets and all that, and going, oh, that looks similar, that pattern looks similar. And it's just doing these pattern recognition and working out and all that. And so you can actually make a very complex system that can mimic, no different than some organisms which are not self-aware, but they actually do certain discrete, processes, biochemical processes, and behave and move in an environment, interact in an environment in a certain way. But that's it. That's not a self-aware state. They're not self-aware. They're just reactive to their environment they're interacting with, the little sensors that they've got. That's all. And that's all these things do. Very similar. You see them, they go around, they react with certain surfaces and all that. But, don't expect a sort of an intellectual, deep, meaningful conversation about God with them anytime soon. So, yeah, these people really are. They basically fear. They've got nothing. They don't believe in anything. And they've got fear of the afterlife. So, yes, you got to feel sorry for them. But listen to a doctor, UWO, who said the RNA lipid rafts are engineered not to break down, therefore similar to, no, crap. Absolute crap. Absolute crap. I haven't heard more crap, Raymond. It's shit. First of all, how can it accumulate? In a damn steak, you'll get far more than of these, because it's not a toxic substance anyway, it's a lipid. But even if it was made of pure graphene, in a burnt steak, you'd get more. Okay? What does your liver do? It detoxes. You think it can't deal with such a small, minute substance? I've actually done a video. You should see the video that I talk about these graphenes and all that, and I talk about the high doses that they gave the rats. It took them 6 months, struggling to clear it out of the system, but they gave them massive amounts. We're getting extremely small nanoparticles amounts. Body can just clean them out, break those carbon bonds. I mean, it's carbon life. Carbon can be broken apart and all that. Those enzymes inside can really do magical things when it comes to a carbon, pulling it apart and recombining it in different ways. Enzymes are great things in catalytic processes. So absolute nonsense. Basically, that doctor should be locked away. He's probably got a mental problem, I would say. I'm just joking, but you know what I mean? It's just absolute. Where do they come up with this bullshit? They're just trying to get a reputation or just make themselves sound stupid, because that's how stupid it sounds. First of all, how can it get accumulated? You're getting a very tiny amount that your liver can clear out, can detox, one. The second thing is it's so tiny, how can it accumulate? It's not replicating. You can't replicate this sort of stuff. That's it. The only thing that's getting replicated is the actual spike. So whatever you got injected, that's a small amount, nothing more. And it's not an mRNA lipid raft. That's what's in the Novavax. The Novavax has a lipid raft that all the spikes are stuck to. And it's not inside a nanoparticle. It's actually connected to a rafting of that sort of a lipid raft. So it gets enveloped by the immune system at that localized location. That's it. And the mRNA ones were completely different. They are inside a lipid nanoparticle. They go inside the cell. The lipid nanoparticle can't be replicated. How much was it? The injection, that's it. You don't get any more. And the genetic code in there just goes and actually replicates spikes. Doesn't replicate, graphene or anything like that or any other stuff. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know, these people on drugs or something? They defy logic or defy reality or physics or the potential of what can be done. It's just, what? Exactly. I mean, the problem with these things are clotting factors, autoimmunity, these sort of things, well recognized in the literature, and all parts of long COVID symptoms, and a lot of reactivity with a lot of tissue and a lot of cytokine or the overreaction of the immune system. That's all it is, this sort of stuff. So, yeah, God, those drugs must be good that guy's on. That's all I can say, Raymond. They sound plausible, they sound, but when you call them up, where's your research, where's your studies, where's all that, and how plausible is it, and show me where you've actually measured it and shown me a third independent lab, they got nothing. They run and hide like little lying, don't want to be demonetized even more. That's what I think about them. Because they are the crackpots. And I don't know whether basically Big Pharma are putting these people out there to say completely and utterly ridiculous things in order to muddy the waters and undermine the legitimate criticisms that people like me have, and Bart and others, about these vaccines. Legitimate, that are based on existing research about adenoviruses, about mRNA technology that was used in oncology and the side effects. We actually are putting legitimate concerns, but we're having to fight. When you actually say about these legitimate concerns, people bring up all these crackpot ideas, and you have to explain to them, look, I don't agree with those crackpot ideas because they are nonsense. I'm talking about legitimate stuff where there is scientific literature that I can back up every single thing I say in terms of autoimmunity, clotting factors, and stuff like that. So neurological issues with the Johnson & Johnson and stuff like that. There is research there that I can point to. It's not me making anything up. There's actually research, when it comes to that. And that's the important stuff. Anyway, mandate means highly suggested, not forcing. Yeah, but still, some companies out there sure will take that as, we're going to tell our workers that they better take it. So it's a pressure thing. It's an intimidation thing. It's wrong. Any society to be basically intimidating the population, telling them you will or else. It's just wrong. They shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, basically. Very much so. Very much. Okay, so a lot of the questions are very similar. Yep. Go and check my video. I've done a video on prions. Do check it out. So I've covered that pretty well. G'day, Dylan. I disagree completely. There's a rate limiting effect of the enzymes inside the actual mitochondria, and it actually adding too much thiamine may be an issue, because it's a bit like niacin. I don't recommend high doses of niacin. You've heard me saying it over and over again. As Laszlo Boris calls these enzymatic steps in the oxidative phosphorylation. He calls them as the donkeys that move the water, or the donkeys that move the electrons, or the protons, or whatever. That's and they're rate limiting. There is only so much, and too much isn't always the best thing either. So yeah, I know there's a number of people out there. We know who, but I disagree personally with that sort of recommendation. Yes, as I say, eat your pork, eat bacon, very good sources of thiamine and niacin. So, yes, I don't think you need to supplement. Our ancestors didn't, and I don't believe in these sort of, because basically it doesn't make sense. The enzymes can only use so much thiamine. So why would more actually make a difference? It's expensive urine and could have some side effects. So, So yeah, so in that regard, yep. G'day, Nuria. Hi, Harry, and everyone. There are several videos on YouTube that link long COVID to mast cell activation. You sharing your knowledge. Look, that is an element as well, but it's part of this sort of general, and it may vary between people. Some people may be more susceptible. Also, there is a certain histamine release differential between people. Again, that may be due to vitamin D status. I mean, the tight junctions are influenced by vitamin D, the general nutrition. There can be a lot of factors at play in that regard, and we need to be very careful and mindful not to say everything's due to. It may be the side effect of deficiencies that allow this to happen. So, because I see different varied degrees between different population groups. So we need to be very cognizant of those sort of parameters. And it's like the other thing that I said earlier about people having the vax, then getting COVID and getting this greater viral load of both spikes and the virus itself replicating in a suppressed immune system. People that don't, if you don't have enough lactoferrin, you're not going to have a supportive component there that for interferon, to support interferon in part of that immune response. On the other part, a better regulated immune system with vitamin D. So when you eat animal foods, sun, that's why I usually say sun, salt, and meat, and you're going to be in a much better place and all that. You've probably seen my recent video that I did on the taurine and the stomach issue, how to improve that and how that sort of helps in the long run, and the importance of animal nutrition for that part, the difference that it makes, So it's but it's an important question to ask. I think that it's gonna vary between people. It's a question that needs to be asked, but it's going to be varied, and it's going to end up, what is your status of your immune system and your nutritional state? And that's where you'll see different variations in terms of mast cell activation compared to different population groups and groups in general. So it's going to vary quite a bit. But yes, it's something that other people haven't asked me, but they don't realise that that there is a mast cell activation, and there is a certain level of histamine reactivity as well in the body due to these things. So yes, something that nobody else has asked me. So thanks. Gave me a reason to give I know it may sound convoluted, but the reality is that there are going to be variations, genetics, and your current nutritional health, blah blah, vitamin D status in general, and all that. Yes, it was sure. Yep. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. The YouTubia algorithm that loves me so much, may take pity on me and help me a bit. Maybe. Unlikely, but maybe. Yes. Yeah, look, I hope you sort of those stats. I think it's important to look at that sort of information. Yeah, and exactly. I had that first impression when I saw these stats. As well. Most people haven't seen them, and they tend to basically they are driven by emotion and emotive words. And I always remind people you have to step back a bit and think logically. Is it plausible? Does it sound logical and plausible? Don't rush into conclusions. That's where a lot of people get it wrong, and that's where they actually become susceptible to, let's say, outlandish ideas and thinking and stuff like that. So we've got to always be careful. And I put the brakes on myself. I hear something and I go, is it plausible? I have to pull myself back and always remind myself, is it plausible? Now, what's the evidence? And then I go searching for it. And if I don't find enough, I go, no, it's not. Somebody's speculating here or making shit up, which is, very much the same. Ultimately, I blame the majority of COVID deaths on nutritional experts and their respective guidelines. Me too. Our shite politicians and special interest groups, lobbyists, big ag and big pharma. I completely agree with you. Most of the issues that a lot of the population is suffering is due to these. Coronaviruses aren't as lethal as many people think. I showed you the stats in regards to Australia, and some of the actual other complications and stuff like that, and some of the things, even the pneumonia, all those sort of things. And they tell a story. They tell a story about sort of the sort of susceptibility and response in a population of certain things. And we've seen similar things elsewhere. And where we've seen basically is, like one group statistically being like the Horn of Africa, African population or origin that originated from Africa, that's in Sweden, for instance, especially from Somali lands and stuff like that, who are Muslims and tend to cover, they had massively higher levels. And also the funny thing is also they don't have autism. There is not one case of autism that's been recorded in Somaliland. And when they live in places like in colder latitudes, the autism rates amongst those people are much higher than the general population. And I can tell you, the MMR vaccines are being done in Somaliland, and they're being done and there's an identical population. And I've talked about this before about the test that they did in Japan, where they withdrew the MMR for 2 years. Autism rates were still going up because it has absolutely nothing to do with them. That was just a crackpot who basically had his own vaccine, which most people don't know in the anti-vax community. He had his own competitive vaccine, and he lost big time. So he joined the anti-vax movement because that was his new meal ticket. Yes. That's what some crackpots do once they. And he basically, that was all part of it. You know, his vaccine didn't get the nod from the British government. The MMR got, and he lost out millions and potentially billions of dollars. And that's why he basically pursued these crackpot ideas in order to undermine the MMR, because he had a meal ticket waiting for him. And then that didn't work out for him very well. I haven't done the video. I should do actually the video at some stage. It's not a priority for me to do it later on, but that's the real character. This guy is dodgy as dog shit, as far as I'm concerned. And he's just as bad. He's part of the big. He was part of the big pharma sort of establishment that he just basically lost out and got pissed off with them, and so joined the other side, a whole lot of crackpots, because they were willing to pay him, and they pay him very handsomely, and he lives a very comfortable life, very much wealthier now than what he was when he was a doctor. You should see his palatial villa that he lives in. So he's doing very well. Thank you very much. So yeah, a lot of people don't look at the both ends, both the crackpot ends and the big farmer ends. Really, both of them are actually, and a lot of these sort of alternatives that are in the anti-vax movement tend to also be, plant-based and all that. Traditionally, they've been vegetarians and hippies and this sort of crowd and all that. So yeah, take your pick. The normal people are in the middle that just basically believe in eating good nutrition and living normal lives. Yes, I sound like a bigot, don't I? How awful. That's the other thing. God, I mean, even today, we went for a walk, me, Sean, and Luba, and her kids just wouldn't come out. Like her daughter said, "I'm not coming," and we had to, you're not staying there. You're walking home, or you're coming. For her to get out and basically get out in the sun and all that. She wanted to play with her computer games, play on screens all day. Yes, exactly. It is. It pretty much is. Something which good nutrition and a good vitamin D status would have nipped in the bud and wouldn't have been a big problem. We've created a hysteria out of just another coronavirus, no different than the common cold or flu or stuff like that. Maybe in some populations it's more lethal than other populations, but if you got their vitamin D levels up and better nutrition, it probably wouldn't be a problem. So, and it's cheaper. Can you imagine? No lockdowns, no nothing, just provided the whole population with vitamin D. How cheap would that be? How awful would it be for the pharmaceutical companies that couldn't sell anything? I'm sounding conspiratorial. I'm not AI. I'm not. Okay, yeah, it's unfortunate if that's the case. Maybe they're being pressured as well. Yeah, who knows? It probably is that. It probably is that. Shell. I think everybody's sort of really. Yeah, I'm very cautious at work because there is this. I mean, people go and get the jab and they come back and they wear it like a pride of joy on their, and I'm going, bloody hell. And nobody asks me, but if they do, I just, my comment is, yeah, hasn't everyone in this place? I thought everyone had. Leave it at that and move on. Yes, it's what can one say? Yeah, that was which he was forced to take. Yeah. That's how behind I am, aren't I? Damn. We're going to go to 4 hours and then I'm going to, however far I've got through this, I'll try and push a bit faster anyway. Oops. Where was I? I did it again. Keep on doing this on Restream. I click on the side and actually pull the... Don't do that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, people have different reactions, all sorts of different reactions, varied, and it's sort of genetically based. It's their vitamin D status, their nutrition. It's multifactorial, and we don't have enough studies to really be able to pinpoint different susceptibility points and different variations. And even clotting, why are people at a certain age? Could it be because I suspect it's my sort of hypothesis is they've got these genetics, and at a younger age, your immune system can over respond. And so if you've got these clotting factors, you're more than likely to have a more over responsive response by the immune system that will create more clotting factors, where somebody older has a more weaker immune system. It doesn't respond as much, doesn't generate as much clotting factors, and that's probably the protection coming from having a weaker immune system in a sense. Now, if people had a better regulated immune system with a better vitamin D status, it would have been probably a no problem for anyone, potentially. But we've never done the tests. We can't confirm that. But knowing from other coronaviruses in the past that can cause clotting effects as well, we've known that vitamin D is protective for those, against those, but we don't have any research. So I'm just speculating. If it works for other coronaviruses, then possibly it should. Mechanistically, it makes sense in a sense, but we don't have any research. So it is a speculation on my part, but it's a speculation that probably has, some strength to it in a sense. Yes. Anyway, Nobel Prize winner Professor Monagnier, French virologist, has suggested vaccinations are speeding up the creation of new variants. Sounds likely to me, but almost impossible to prove, basically, because there's no research to actually show that. It is basically speculation, and the reality is where a lot of the variants actually emerged, there was actually, in some regards, there was less vaccination, like we had in India and we had in Brazil and we had in South Africa, where there were less vaccinations. So the inverse is true in terms of observations. So, no, I disagree. Just because there's an old saying, Nobel Prize winners, when they get old, they go a bit weak in the head. They start thinking they are experts in everything, and even in epidemiology. Just because you're a virologist, I usually say to people, stick to what you know, your specialization. And unless you've actually researched epidemiology and what I call specific, like there are epidemiologists who are involved in virology, and then there are virologists who work in, finding out about the disease, how it works, developing some medication against the disease. So they specialize in that in labs. And that's what this guy to get a Nobel Prize, because not many virologists who are epidemiologists actually get Nobel Prize because they don't do that type of research in developing new things. They tend to basically develop other things, do studies only to look at how a population and a virus moves through the population, how it affects that population. That's the sort of stuff, so they can work out the origin. And that's how, with TB, typhoid and all that, to be able to work out Ebola, what are the origins, where are the likely vectors, how did it actually spread in the population, those sort of things. You're looking at one thing, which is not, so it's not like a study on, like a food frequency questionnaire study on nutrition where people are just asked to remember things. No, here they're actually measuring. They're going in, looking at how many people died in a certain location, how many people are admitted in hospitals, and they're actually creating a database full of these sort of movements of stuff like that. And where they've seen the actual variants emerge, it's not been in populations that have been vaccinated. So that theory's a bust as far as I'm concerned. Bert, absolute a bust. It's a joke. Yeah, he should stick to his own specialization, because he doesn't seem to have really researched viral epidemiology very well, because the complete opposite is really what's happening out there. One theory is ivermectin is helping with cytokine storms. It is in an indirect way. When the virus comes in, what it does is it actually tries to rapidly weaken the immune system, which is what I mentioned earlier, what it does. So interferon is suppressed, and a number of other sort of mechanisms of the innate immune system are also suppressed. And that's how it actually circulates. What ivermectin does, comes in and actually attacks the virus directly. So it actually suppresses the virus's ability to actually replicate, to move within the tissue, to move rapidly within the tissue. So it actually impedes it in a number of areas. So it's designed like that. It's designed to deal rapidly to stop the progression of pathogens of any sort. It's pretty good. Ivermectin is very good. I usually recommend it to people who have got like mold toxicity, really good at knocking out fungi out of the system. Really good. It's actually a good sledgehammer even for overgrowth of like candida as well. So it's a really effective medication in that regard. Couple that with a good vitamin D status, then you've got a good combo there where you've stopped that, you've got a good regulation of the immune system, doesn't overreact, and then gets the immune system responding much better in a more organized way. So the innate immunity is working better in a more organized way, plus the ivermectin is suppressing the virus's ability to suppress the immune system and the virus's ability to proliferate through the body. So it's a good combo, I believe, personally. And lactoferrin probably is another element you can throw in there, because there's still, interferon is slightly, even under those sort of, a bit is going to be suppressed. So throwing in additional support on that front is probably a good idea. It's not going to harm you in a sense. So better to basically survive the cytokine storm, but yes, very much so. Yeah, it's super cheap. Oh, it's off patent. It's absolute cheap. Exactly. Sure, there's no money in it. You should know that. That's something like vitamin D. There's no money in it. The two things that actually really help quite a bit, there's no money in it. I mean, even lactoferrin, raw milk, anyone? Another thing that's been demonized quite heavily is, unfortunately, Extremely difficult. Do you know a vet? Because most doctors will not recommend it because it's not on the official list of things that they can recommend. They've got scripts, a whole book. They open up the book and look at what is allowed and what isn't. So if you've got a friend who is a vet, I'll leave it at that. Or try and get it from overseas, from South America is much easier, I've heard, but not confirmed. And it could be intercepted in the post as well, and you may not receive it. Just warning you. It's, yeah. Depends where you're located on the planet. Usually, if you say that, they'll send you to go and get a. They'll give you something else. One of the other medical marvels that they've come up with a whole lot of side effects. No, unlikely in Australia, but in the other country, maybe. Some South American countries I know, definitely. But yeah, it's depends which country you are. I know that in Indonesia, a lot of the actual pharmacies were literally, let's say, raided by the local population, and they literally bought heavily some of the people because they heard about it and they just went and bought and bought and bought. And it was really hard to get. Mira was struggling to get any, didn't get any at that time. And I said, look, just go and get your vitamin D shots. That's your only option left. So, yes, it's the way it goes. Sheep dip. Bert. Do you want him masquerading as a sheep? Bah. Give me my ivermectin. Now you know why I love you, Bert. You come with some really, your pearls. Can you still get vitamin D through a tanning bed? Yep. Sunny was always best. You're also getting the UVA, and you're also getting the near infrared and the red spectrum, which is also providing extra energy to your mitochondria, but also healing. So I usually say if you're going to do vitamin D tanning beds, make sure you're doing niacin as well, because niacin actually can repair and is protective of UV damage. So that's the other part of the coin in that regard. So you've got to keep that in mind. So at least get about 150 about, I think that should be enough, because most carnivores, we get more than we get enough. We get enough in that regard. Okay, so that's that. I'll do it some other day. I think, on one of my earlier videos, I actually did show the brand of niacin. I probably should do something on niacin in terms of the supplementation side at some point. Yeah, I need to do that because I haven't really done it in that regard. So, because I didn't think about tanning beds. That is an option as well. But because it only has UVB, it doesn't have UV A and B together. Probably you do need to take a niacin supplement, definitely, if you're doing that sort of stuff. I'd say so. Probably you need to do something like that. There's the supplement that I get is an Australian one. It's a pharmaceutical grade. I've shown it before. I need to look at the other countries, like North America, Europe, and other parts, and sort of try and find the best similar quality types and do a video on that as well, because that's another angle to this story, to basically at least allow people, if they want to do some tanning bed type things, they don't want to be popping a whole lot of pills, at least then they can take sufficient niacin, as long as you're getting around the 150 milligrams, around there, that sort of level. That should be pretty good, more than enough in that regard. Never go over 300. I've said that multiple times, and don't believe, and even avoid all those other stuff like the MMRs and the NRs and the other types that some of the NAD people talk about. I don't support that sort of stuff. There's too many issues. And if your mitochondria are not working well, there is mitochondrial damage. It can actually cause additional reactive oxygen species within the electron chain, because the NAD and NADPH and the basically these enzymatic steps within that are happening. If there's too much damage there, it's adding more NAD isn't going to basically get things to work any better, so to speak. You got to fix the deuterium side. You got to fix like your sleep and melatonin side to repair the electron chains. You got to do all these other things. It's not just doing one thing in a sense. It's more complicated. So stick to no more than 300 milligrams. That's if you're doing quite a bit of sunbaking. If you're doing very short intervals, 150 is probably enough in terms of niacin. And if you're getting enough from your food in those sort of quantities, you're eating quite a lot, you may only need a very small amount of supplementation. So it depends. You need to calculate those things appropriately, in a sense. Anyway. Vitamin D, I would say make sure it doesn't have any seed oils. There are two types you can actually get. One, which is a vitamin D without anything in it, and it has like a nitrate, like you get in processed meat, a nitrate, or in green leafy vegetables, they have nitrates as well. So it's not going to harm you. And that is a stabilizing thing for the vitamin D. And then that one doesn't have any oils of any sort, and that you have to have with a fat meal. Even the other one, because it doesn't have enough oil. But I wouldn't use a sunflower oil, the canola oil, the soy oil and stuff like that, all those seed oils, nana. I don't recommend the extra virgin olive oil either. It's probably the least problematic if that's all you can get. But I usually encourage, if you're going to have any sort of oil-based vitamin D, to be like a medium-chain triglyceride, either from palm oil or from coconut oil, as your sort of alternative in that regard. But still, even those, you probably need a bit extra fat. I usually consume mine with a bit of cream, and I always consume it midday at about 11 o'clock. So 11 to 12 is the time That's when in most latitudes away from the equator. So once you start getting into the sort of the tropical zones and into the equator, so like the tropical of Cancer or Capricorn and towards the equator, when you start getting into that sort of extends slightly a bit more, like from 11 to sort of like 1 o'clock, where in the sort of further away towards the poles, the intensity sort of drops off after about 11 o'clock, or some areas it can be around about the 11:30 or a bit earlier than 11. So generally speaking, I usually recommend people around 11 o'clock is the best time. Never in the evening, because it suppresses melatonin and it'll affect negatively your sleep. And you need melatonin to repair your mitochondria. So very important that we produce enough in the evening. Blue blocking glasses help as well. Light bulbs that basically block out, don't have any blue light. Very important. My monitor, you probably saw when I was actually showing that it was a bit on the yellowy side. So running software or turning down the blue light spectrum. And even my new monitors actually have got a built-in function, which is even great. So they've got a reduced all day, so which is even better. So when I set them up in the new office, fantastic. So yeah, so that's the other aspect of buying them in that regard. So try and get better quality and always have it with a fatty meal or cream, which is, if I'm not having a fatty meal, I'll have it with cream. And that's the best way of actually getting it. But one other thing, before I forget, check the other things that are in there. Usually if it's got like gelatin, bovine gelatin, or just gelatin and things like that, and that's fine. And like purified water and stuff like that, that's fine. But if it starts having a whole lot of other things, give it a miss, because sometimes they put a whole lot of other crap in there as well. So, yeah, so it depends. Exactly, no seed oils. Yes, and I agree. The extra virgin olive oil is probably the least egregious, but the medium chain triglyceride ones is what the ones I get. I find probably way better in that regard. And price-wise, they're not much difference. So I was surprised. They're not as bad as some people think. I use a portable sauna when they're feeling like crap. Yep, that's a good idea. Speeds up getting through colds and other crap. $100 on Amazon, 10 minutes at a time. Just another thing in the arsenal. Yeah, that's pretty good, I'm sure. G'day, Dom. Good to see you, mate. Checking to say hello. And I'm celebrating my son's birthday. Well, happy birthday to him. Good to hear. I blame Ted as well. Have you heard what a foul mouth he is? Yes. For president. Oh, God. Sure, do not encourage him. Robert, good to see you, mate. Had COVID a month ago, seemingly recovered quickly, seemingly, but later developed heart palpitations, anxiety, GI disturbance, still got mild headaches, a scare easy from loud noises, which is super weird to me. Yeah, look, getting COVID can manifest a lot of different symptomatology in terms of long COVID. Check your vitamin D, get your vitamin D up. Also, get lactoferrin in your from raw milk if possible. In that regard, that will help. And get that the drill. Eat a bit more meat and all that. Get your taurine levels up and stuff like that. Yeah, look, different people because of genetics manifest very differently. In that regard, I think you have to nip it in the bud very early, and that's what I saw with Mira, and I've seen with a lot of other people when they actually proactively take steps very early when they first get it with vitamin D, mega dosing with vitamin D and stuff like that. It seems that really it stops it in its tracks, and the same with ivermectin and stuff like that. And it really doesn't proliferate enough in the body to cause a lot of problems around in a lot of tissue. Because people react differently. It's a bit like, what we call a stroke. Heart attack's the same thing. It's just happening in a different part of the body. And it's the same thing with reactivity in different organs and different tissue types and all that. Again, there are going to be variations. So, it's unfortunate, mate, but, try and get your vitamin D status up. And if you can get lactoferrin, try and get some of that. And if you can get ivermectin, that would really help. I'm not joking. And the other thing is you've probably got a lot of reactivity around the body. So R-alpha lipoic acid, high doses for at least a month of R-alpha lipoic acid. Earth yourself as well. You need to basically electron donate to all that damaged tissue that's, been affected. So an R-alpha lipoic acid helps quite a bit. And any fibrotic tissue that may have evolved as well, a bit of taurine. But if you're eating enough meat, you're probably, and I know you're pretty young, so you're probably biosynthesizing enough as long as you're eating enough meat in that regard. And you probably don't need a supplement. Save yourself a bit of money in that regard. Well, happy birthday to him. Harry, when you say earth yourself, do you mean like walk barefoot? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. You'll get negative ions coming in from the earth, and you will have electrically grounded yourself, as they call it. And you basically will see positive ions will actually leave your tissue, and it will actually improve your oxidative stress status. So yes, it actually really does help. Also, because of the improvement in the negative charge within the pericellular matrix of the endothelium of your blood vessels, the lining of the glycocalyx, those little hairline structures that are only a few microns in size, they will hold a better charge and there's less stickiness. There's actually experiments where they've put grounded people and the red blood cells stop sticking to each other. Literally do not stick. So, yes, it does work. And the moment you unground yourself, the red blood cells start sticking to themselves again. And that's in people, that are people that are basically eating crap, just regular people. Obviously, if you're not eating sugar, you're not glycating those, you will be basically even better than them in that sense. You'll have even less stickiness, very down to very little, even without grounding. And when you ground, it'll be perfect in that sense. And that's why I say, our tribal, we walked around. There were no shoe companies back then. It's only been a very recent invention, shoes. And even in the past, we used leather type soles, and those leather soles allowed us to earth. All the plastic stuff now doesn't. That's the problem. It's the plastic soles since the last, 70 odd years that have basically ungrounded us from the earth. Now, you can get a number of substances I've talked about where you can actually get earthing mats and a whole lot of other things, both for beds and even for work offices. So I'm looking at a couple next week, and I did speak to my next door neighbour, and she's interested as well. So I'm going to order one for me, for her, and Dad. So I'll be getting that, because up until now I've sort of like used a wire, stuck it to my toe and outside, and stuck you can sleep with that, but it's, this is a different approach. Yes, you're going to pay a bit of money, but it's less inconvenient, especially when you're trying to wake up at night to go to the toilet and you forgot you got a wire around your toe. Yes. Can fall over. Can be bit of a nuisance. I also go in the parks at work at lunchtime. I will literally go down, and that's why when I actually have a mat where you just plug it in the power outlet and it uses the earthing wire, and you can actually have the mat and actually have your hand on the mat while you're using your mouse. So you're earthed in the office via your hand. So yes, one way of doing it. Felt like $1 million before contracting the virus, and still not quite myself fully. Doesn't sound that good, mate. So, yeah. Tell you one thing, Shell's ahead of us all, even ahead of me. Yeah, it's doesn't sound at all good. Okay, we're over. I'm just going to quickly go through and see whether I can. Yep, they've actually done actual biopsies of bone marrow to actually see antibodies. So yes. I think we've covered all that. Yeah, Bart does have. I've seen that study as well. I'll do a video on that next month, and basically cover a number of things that people should go and check if they want to know about a number of things. So I need to do something comprehensive for everyone in a sense. So it's a 1-2 goes type video and pretty much cover everyone. That's fine, Tracy. She's probably already gone to bed. Yeah, it's 1:00 or 1:30 is shit. Oh, well, there goes a circadian clock out of whack for me. Yeah, nothing like being a black sheep. Unless you live in New Zealand, then it could be a problem. Yes, yes. Not like a religious order protected. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, completely different world nowadays. Yeah, people are in the kibble aisle of the supermarkets, unfortunately. HD's concerned about his situation. Stevie was splendor. God. Bloody sugar addicts. Shouldn't be jumping into this conversation, Lukey. uh, Yeah, look, it's a wacky world where just good nutrition, vitamin D, the sun, and all that, and earthing yourself and all that are sort of considered not very ideas are not promoted anymore. I mean, go back 100 years and doctors were wheeling people out into the sun, and now they tell you to avoid it like the plague. Don't take statins. Simple as that. It's not complicated. Do not take statins. We don't need them. Scott, absolutely wrong on that, mate. I don't talk rubbish. When the vaccine trials happen in small population numbers, not in big population numbers. And the variants that came out of Brazil were before vaccines were, because the president over there was against them. So that's not the case. The onus isn't on me to prove anything. The onus is on those people who are making the claims, and they don't have the research to prove anything. It's just speculation on their part, Scott. That's the reality. And if you've got a really good study that you can prove me wrong, please put it up. I'll read it, and I'll actually even put it forward in my live stream, and I'll actually apologise to you if that's the case. But I would say you're unlikely to find Buckley's to basically refute what I've actually said. Because I do my research. Trust me on that one. I do look into things very carefully, and I do look at research from all over the world, and I'm translating all sorts of different material from different countries. I don't only focus on North America or one country, or I focus on a lot of countries, Scott. So the trials were limited. There were Novavax trials down there, but they were limited to small amounts of people. The actual Delta variant had already emerged at that stage. And that's why they actually got good results and said it actually works even better with the Delta. So that was not the case, because the Delta was already in existence before the Novavax trials happened. Novavax trials happened after. That's why they were able to claim 96% effectiveness against Delta. So the variants emerged much earlier, both in India and Brazil, before there was even vaccines around the place, because the governments there were not that big about lockdowns or vaccines or stuff like that. And so they emerged. But the biggest problem isn't basically that issue. The biggest problem is the low vitamin D levels. If these people had good vitamin D levels, you would not get these massive effects. It would have been, most people would have not really had any bad symptoms whatsoever. We wouldn't be in the mess we are currently, both economically and socially. So we got the wrong advice. Yeah, people have to provide mechanistic proof of a causal, connection between those group of people that got vaccinated and specific antibodies to those variants. And unless they've got something like that, that's when you've got a silver bullet, as they say. But I haven't seen a silver bullet like that on any of those claims. So I'm still waiting. If you've got a study with a silver bullet like that, please share. No, get sleep. In very, very rare cases, and it should be under medical advice, and it should be done in very low doses, so it can be an aid, because you downregulate your own production, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to become dependent on melatonin. So very small amounts, please. Anyway, we're at the bottom. You are a resident sexy Brazilian. Anyway, sure. We'll call it that's about it, guys. I enjoyed. I was actually expecting more of the stories out there that are, moving around the YouTubia to be asked, or questions like that. Fine. Those things haven't impressed you. That's a good thing. It's a positive thing. The reality is that we as people need to remember coronaviruses have been around for a very long time. These respiratory infections, they will be around for much longer than many of us. And the reality is, the key thing that we can do is to protect our respiratory system, is to maintain a very good vitamin D status, and to eat species appropriate foods that help provide the nutrients that provide a healthy body. Because a healthy body is the ultimate thing. As I said, I haven't done any of the jabs, and currently I'm not doing any, and I may consider if they actually bring out, like when I have to travel and they actually bring out, I hope they don't, But if they do bring out like passports, like vaccine passports, which will be disgraceful and a bad thing, but the potential is, some of these governments are fucking, really problematic. But if they do, then at least Novavax is the least problematic as far as I'm concerned. So that's my option currently, the best option. It's been designed with a lot of safety features in it. So I've got less worries about this one. But I am annoyed by governments and this hysteria that exists at the moment. It's beyond a joke, and it's really hard to, even I'm a pretty outspoken person. Even I find it very uncomfortable because I'm going to myself, no, Harry, just shut the fuck up. Just don't talk about it. Just don't get really involved in the politics in the office. You got 5 years until retirement. Just basically cruise through and just let them have their little crazy moment. And that's what I'm doing. So I'm just talking to people like yourselves that are basically receptive to logical discussions and stuff like that, and basically don't get too swayed by speculation. There's a lot of speculation out there about a lot of things on both extremes, as I view it. And I usually say to those people, the onus is on you people to prove with good research and good plausible arguments what you're saying, because otherwise there is no reason we should believe you. And that's why I criticize those sort of people, and I stick to the simple facts. And I say to people, you should basically focus on two things: maintaining a good vitamin D status and a good nutritional status. And if you do that, you're going to be miles ahead from the majority of population out there. And as Shell says, limit blue light as appropriately. Very well said, Shell. Yes, to add that, because that's a very important step. You're welcome, Robert. Take care, mate. And yeah, Harry, I'm on the sun as much as I can all year round. Yeah, that's good. Always tanned. I love my meat and raw milk. Yeah, good. That all helps. If you can get ivermectin as well, that's a bonus, actually, in a sense. Yeah, I need to do one of those, cover some of the dosages and stuff like that. I'm going to actually also do a bit of investigation to see whether I can actually, for the Australian population, because in North America, some people can go across into Mexico and get it, so it's not as difficult. For Australia, it's really hard at the moment, and I don't really know of any things out there. You're welcome, Shell. Thanks. But there are going to be cases now with the new, more contagious type Delta variant. I think they've lost. They're not going to contain it in New South Wales. It'll eventually get around, and I don't have a problem with it in the sense I've got good vitamin D status and all that. But there are going to be people that are going to have more potential issues, and so I need to be able to find sources of ivermectin for those people. So they've got, especially for some of their family members, it's more the problem, not so much them because they're eating appropriately, they're getting good vitamin D status and stuff like that. But it's some of their family members that, you just can't convince them, to take vitamin D. You can't convince them to eat more species appropriate. And it's just really hard. It's like knocking your head against a wall. And the only thing you can say to these people is to consider those sort of things. Now, as I said to Scott, and as I say to everyone, if you've got, some good information, please share it with me. I will look at it and form my own opinion. I'm an empiricist. I'll make that quite clear. I don't speculate. And when I do basically say something that may be the case. I say it's quite clear. I say that's a speculation on my part. I'm hypothesizing. I've got absolutely very little proof other than a bit of data here or there that maybe seems plausible. But otherwise, as an empiricist, unless I can measure it properly, it basically is a maybe. That's all it is. And as I always challenge these people, I say to them, if you're claiming something, you need to prove it. I don't need to prove anything because I'm not claiming anything. Those who claim things need to be able to prove what they claim. When I claim something, I actually prove it. I back it up with research. Every single one of my videos have got research, and I attach every single thing that I actually show in my video, in my description. So you can grab that piece of literature, you can go and check it for yourself. So I don't, just, look at this study, and then you never see it again. And if it's basically not accessible, I'm even willing to email it to you because I've got access to some of these things. So I'm willing to send you a copy if you basically can't access it because some stuff isn't accessible in that regard. So, I think recently I sent to someone who wanted to debate a vegan and needed some of the C12 and C13 carbon information about the methane stuff, and I provided them with a study. So they've got that information. They can go in that regard. So pretty much in that regard, that doesn't tell me anything, Scott. Just because that's just an association. You've got to basically prove causally that there is a variant that actually emerged in a group with those specific biomarkers and they were tested. Otherwise, it's just sheer speculation, mate. Just because somebody says it, I go to show me the evidence that these people that were part of a trial were tested and showed a new variant emerging within that trial group. That's what you need to do. You need to basically, it's not just because there are certain numbers in a population that were trialed. 23,000 in millions of people is a drop in the bucket. It's not even 1% of the population. It's just an absolute zilch in terms of statistical significance. It's nothing. It's like a grain of sand on a beach. You need to basically be able to I actually or maybe you didn't understand it, what I was actually saying in that regard. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we misunderstood each other. Then I do apologize if in that regard. Yes. But what I was trying to say is there's no evidence that any vaccinated people in any trials basically showed any sort of variant emerges. It emerged in the general population. We don't know from who, which people, or what person was the primary source. We've got no idea because we were never able through epidemiology to backtrack that person or those people. So we don't have that. But if we were confused about that, yes, there were some trials in those populations at the time, but that's what I was trying to say. If you didn't understand me, if I came across, you know what I mean. Anyway, it's basically that we don't have any evidence of anything like that, and I don't believe it because that there would ever be. But there are people out there that are claiming that, and that is completely wrong. And and most variants happen from the actual virus, not from a vaccine, because the vaccine only has a deactivated. Only a virus can mutate and alter in any way. not the vaccine properties. It's not. It's it's either a deactivated virus or a partial virus things. It's deactivated like in these sort of things, and that has no capacity to mutate it. Even the mRNAs, all they can do is go in and replicate exactly what is coded there and nothing else. They can't mutate because it's a non that it's only a segment of the virus. It's not the complete virus, which has got the ability to mutate, and so they're only taking part of that code to generate an element of that, and that's all. So it's a completely different sort of. So it's impossible, basically, to happen. You can only from an actual complete virus can you get a mutation. Have I seen that? I've heard a number of people claiming, but I haven't looked into it. The only thing that I've actually seen is studies which show people with comorbidities have higher COVID. And usually people with comorbidities also have a higher BMI. So I don't think that I haven't seen one study that shows a direct like BMI and COVID spread, but I have seen people who have comorbidities that tend to have a high BMI as well, that tend to be bigger spreaders. So you could extrapolate from that people with a higher BMI, but they didn't actually look at the BMI. They looked at the comorbidities, and people that had weakened immune systems and comorbidities tend to be bigger spreaders. But those same people that have those comorbidities and stuff like that also tend to be overweight. So they have a high BMI. So in a sense, yes. You could extrapolate logically through, logically thinking it out, that if somebody who's got comorbidities and is a bigger spreader is also going to have a higher BMI. So yes, you could make that argument in a sense. But a specific study looking at BMI, no, it hasn't happened in that regard. No, it probably wouldn't happen because of, the woke ethical reasons nowadays. So, but we don't need really to do a study like that. As long as you do a study with people with comorbidities, they're going to all be overweight generally, and they're going to be super spreaders. So it pretty much what Sean Baker has been saying is valid. I agree with him completely in that regard, but there is, but it's not specific to BMI. Okay, put it in the but yes, send it to me, Scott. I'd love to see it if it's specific to BMI. That would be interesting. What a fat phobic virus this one is. It must be. I would say we need to imprison this virus. It's fat phobic. We need to make it illegal. Yes. Crazy little world we live in. Yeah, but generally speaking, I would say, yeah, people that are overweight are definitely going to be bigger super spreaders than people that are under normal weight or underweight. But what we haven't worked out is it the BMI or is it the comorbidities and the weaker immune system and all that? I suspect it's probably more that. So it's where the BMI is an association and sort of an indicator of people having poor health and poor immunity. So they tend to basically be able to spread. I would also argue that these people, because they've got more fat on them, more fat cells, they're also going to be requiring much higher vitamin D. They're going to have, the fatter somebody is, the more vitamin D you need because you store a lot of it in your fat cells. So they're going to be also vitamin D deficient. And so they are definitely going to have a weaker immune system because of that, of the overweight. And they're going to be a bigger spreader. So could you fix that with higher dose of vitamin D? Yes. You could. But they're completely unaware of it, and nobody's actually telling them that. So, yes, it's a very rude virus. Needs to be spanked. That's what I say. And Lukey agrees. Anyway, thanks for the frivolities, you lot, in that regard. There was a study on obesity. Studies extend viral shed time, and it's easy to find, but this is the influenza A. Well, it's still a coronavirus, and it's, and coronaviruses all spread in a very similar way anyway. So it has some validity to, it's applicable to other ones. So yeah, it still has applicability just because they haven't done one directly. But I think there's a big problem with overweight people, with obesity. I agree with you completely, Scott, and with Sean as well. And I think it's the weaker immune system because of the comorbidities, but also the weaker immune system because these people will have a lower vitamin D status as well because of the overweight. Yeah. Yes, it is very much. I remember who was, I can't remember whether it was Neff or whether it was Bjorn. He actually, who's usually on my, he's probably out enjoying himself today, but usually he's on the live streams. And he actually talked about somebody that basically had to take, like, for a number of days, they put that person on 100,000 IUs. This person was morbidly obese, on 100,000 IUs of vitamin D in order to get their vitamin D levels up. Because with so many fat cells, it's a fat-soluble vitamin, so it goes into the fat cells. So, as chylomicrons come in and take the fat-soluble vitamins with all these nutrients, they go around all the cells and they go back to the adipose tissue, drop things off, and then the remnant goes to the liver. And that's when a lot of these nutrients get stored. And the more fat cells you get, the more you store, and the less is left, for the body. And that's the problem with that mechanism of how nutrients come in. And really, you really have to overload the system in terms of vitamin D for those people. Maybe injectables will be much better for those people, I suspect, to get their levels up much faster would be an option. So if you've got, look, I think at the end, if you've got relatives that are that, they should really get their vitamin D levels tested, and they should get them corrected. Because if they do, I think that even if they're overweight, if they've got good vitamin D status, they'll probably end up not being super spreaders at all. They'll have a better regulated immune system and be able to nip in the bud these things and be in a much better space. And we've all got relatives that are in that sort of state, and I've got relatives as well in my family that are overweight. They have issues with weight management or trying to get on a species-appropriate diet. One of my uncles, he's younger than my father. Dad's, much healthier, much stronger. And my uncle can't even get around. He's so bad. Dad's younger brother. He looks older. He's more frail. He's weaker. And if you open up his glove compartment in his car, it's full of candy and other shit. And he uses a walking frame to move around. Yeah, because that's how weak he is. He literally struggles to get around. And Dad's older than him. He's his oldest brother. And there's a couple of other brothers in between. Yes, that's the big difference between, and Dad, doesn't touch processed stuff like my uncle does. Uncle Nick, fucking hell, he's too much crap. Those are the people that basically need to get their vitamin D levels checked and corrected and improved, because they will definitely be absolute super spreaders and create a lot of problems in their family. Not so much to me. I don't. Dad's maintaining a good vitamin D status. He gets outdoors all the time, so which is good in that regard. Look, thanks guys for being here. I appreciate it. I'll do my general overview this week. I got one for the ladies as well, cellulite. So I'll be doing something on that as well. So explaining what the real cause of cellulite is and how to correct it. Because most of the stuff out there is just basically, it doesn't matter whether you're fat or you're skinny, you can still get cellulite. Most people think it's fat just makes it worse, but it's not the reason. It's really other reasons as well. But you'll have to wait for that one. So anyway, yeah, it's shocking. It's not amazing, Bert. It is absolutely shocking and disgraceful that our population is so vitamin D deficient, and the recommendations out there are for 1,000 IUs. I mean, 800 is probably just barely enough for rickets, and 1,000 hardly even makes a dent. And people should, I mean, if you're out in the sun for 15, 20 minutes, you're going to get 10,000 IUs. How can these people be recommending a tenth of that? How absurd is that? You know, but that's the crazy world we live in. And actually, it also, you know, vitamin D actually reduces blood pressure. So does MK4. So does taurine, which actually regulates the intra and extracellular fluids between the cells and the bloodstream. And all the actual electrolytes are regulated with taurine, which is in animal foods again. As I said, sun, salt, and meat. And the body works way better. But unfortunately, you know, if you go to academia and the sort of crackpot ideas that the food industry and big pharma, the way they've been running those environments, it's complete and utter nonsense what they're being taught. You're welcome, Bruce. And you're welcome as well, Shell. Appreciate you guys being here. Hope you got something out of it. We had a few. Look, I actually even, you know, I'll thank Scott as well, because it's important that we, you know, I was hoping that more people would throw a few more curly ones at me than what there were. I was expecting more of the idea, some of the, let's say, outlandish ideas out there to be thrown at me, but they weren't. I was surprised. I was expecting a few people, that one particular person that didn't turn up. So yeah, I was very surprised in that regard, because I had been promoting the thing on my channel for some time, for a whole week now. But, you know, maybe they've looked at it themselves a bit and realised, there's no real evidence for some of the things that I believe in. But and that's why they didn't turn up. Some of the people that I was expecting would turn up and have a bit of a go at me. And that's fine. You know, I don't mind. As I've said to you, challenge me. If you've got evidence, show it to me. You know, put forward things to me, because nothing. I can't be a true empiricist if I basically only crackpots and pseudoscientists are selective. You've got to look at everything and then assess, does it really work? And if it doesn't, yep, fine. Then you've basically got strong inference what does or doesn't, you know, compute, so to speak. But you've got to look at everything, and that's why I continually go down rabbit holes. I question myself more than others question me, because nobody's infallible. We all fuck up somewhere. And sometimes I've caught myself, I've exposed myself to you guys about where I've slipped up. I own everything. I don't see a value. I think that the moment you lie once, then you have to cover that up and cover that up, and then it's an endless. Forget it. You can't keep track of it. It becomes impossible. It's like at work, had a bit of let's say, an altercation with somebody in the lift, and I was told to come in the office, and I went and I did it exactly what happened, and was told don't do it again, and yes. Sometimes yes, the woke environment. What can you say? But at the end of the day, I have I've got my own integrity, and if I don't, basically, other people, oops, I think we've got a bit of a problem with the stream. I think it popped in and popped out or whatever. And that's my approach to everything, the way I approach things. Pete Salad. We know who we're talking about, don't we? With some honey on top. You comedians. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. I better get to bed. It's 2:00 in the bloody morning. It's been a long, long stream. Anyway, thank you, and I will see you guys tomorrow. There's Bart's early with vegan deterioration. I've rescheduled mine half an hour forward, and that's basically so we're not overlapping with Bart. So Bart got emailed me, we sorted it out, and I've adjusted. So tomorrow we're going to be one half an hour later. So because vegan deterioration, she couldn't actually do earlier because of her time slot. So we made the adjustment, and so there's going to be no overlap, all sorted. You're welcome to everyone. Thanks, guys. And I will see some of you people on Bart's chat tomorrow with vegan deterioration. I would ask her a couple of questions as well. So I'm interested in finding out what's happening in the cult currently amongst themselves, what sort of controversies, because I haven't been really following a lot about the controversies. So it's going to be interesting in that front, because she always keeps a bit of she pokes into all the little nook and crannies of the vegan kill cult, and it'll be interesting to find out what new crap they're coming up with and what they're talking about and stuff like that. So there's always new pseudo nonsense that those people always are creating, and it just seems to become worse and worse as it goes along. It's not getting any better with them. God, it's just abysmal in some regards. But anyway, thanks, guys. See yous, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.